Good afternoon, good day to you, good evening, good morning maybe. Welcome everyone, welcome to more greetings. Guys, starting here quite later than usual, more or less super exhausted. I only went to bed at 4 a.m. yesterday. There was drone attacks here, there was no electricity in the morning as well, so there's a lot of stuff that I'm supposed to do in the morning. I was doing before the stream when we got electricity here, so that's why we're starting a little bit later. Anyway, day 3 of our adventure in this Citizen Sleeper universe. I'm actually quite enjoying this game overall. It is like a book, right? But not exactly a book because there's a gameplay to. I'm eager to know what our future holds. Well, our future, the future of our protagonist, rather to say. All right, what do we have coming next? So we just hack this. Or get this prime mind computer, or whatever it's called.
It is like a book, but unlike a book.
Yeah, it. I mean,
Book.
and it's like, but it's not like a book. It's a story-rich game. There's a lot of it's basically like a visual novel, right? But not entirely visual novel, because visual novel you have you have decisions to make, but you have, but here you need to actually do some risk management, all right? So this game a lot about risk management. At the same time, have 5 fuel left over here. Okay, so we live in this mission.
So it is like a book, but different from a book. Keep going.
There we go, the book part. Arriving back at the Helion Gate, as lonely and cold as it is, feels like a relief. There was a tension in the rig as you came back out of the inner system, a watchfulness of errant signals and glittering red beacons that chugged the conversation. But now, floating in the comforting shadows of the vast ruin, the sense of relief is palpable. That's one prime ship mind. Condition unknown retrieved. The Seraphim runs at the engine shutdown protocol as we speak. I'd mark that as a success. I agree, thanks you. The Seraphim waves away thanks. We're a crew, we work together. Slipper, can I speak to you? Junie asked from the back of the cockpit. Yeah, yesterday we reunited with the Junie. She just was randomly salvaging in a place like all alone that we were destined to go. Of course. She leads you out into the passage, tacking herself against the wall. She looks small, even in this compact space. Thank you for taking me with you. I hope I am just trustworthy. I never doubted you. I did. Thank you for helping. I mean, I did doubt her. She's a quite suspicious kid. That's what I promised. She looked at the floor. In my time here, in the belt, I haven't found it easy to make friends. She falters, tripping over her words slightly. But you, Sleeper, well, I hope you consider me a friend at least. I would. She can't help but smile. I'm glad. Then I would like to ask you something. She pauses. Would you consider taking me with you on the rig? She blurts out, and then, before you can answer, I think it would be of help for you for diagnostic, and in the meantime, I can take a look at the ship mind, make sure it's ready, and... Yes, you can. She stops speechless. She looks down at her hands, and then back at you. Okay, she smiles. Thank you, She looked down again. I'll find the bunk. As she quickly glides off down the corridor, before you can say anything further. Another stray collected. The Seraphim puts a hand on his shoulders. Going to refuge we are building here. He gives you a sly smile. Well, we need her. I don't doubt it. The Seraphim squeezes your shoulder. Let's get this ship mine to float some. I'm sure Ginny will prove herself there once again. He smiles and pushes off from your shoulders, gliding towards the engine room. You look towards the bunks, but Ginny is already out of sight, likely unpacking already. The ship is getting a little crowded, but you are starting to realize you like it like that. At the very least, she proved invaluable when you get to Flotsam and get a deal with the Jin-Me. Perhaps she even have a read on the old man. You pause for a second, appreciating the warmth, the harm of the Reek and its inhabitants. The ship, you think, is starting to feel like home. The thing is, we have 5 fuel here. 1 supply. Okay. I need to repair the dice. But this put me a better... When we repairing this dice, will put me in a better situation. Like, we at least will have the... Right, we have two dice with 1 health, 1 dice with 2, and 2 dice with 3 health, which is, you know, a safeguard from all of them breaking at once. Like we had 1 dice with, die with 3 health and all other with 1 health. So if bad roll, we can lose all like 4 dice at the same time. That was like a really bad situation. I can try to repair these engine components here. It's probably the best way to do it. So the thing we have 4 fuel over here and have 6 fuel over here. So we need to go to Far Spindle. All right. That's that's the only way we can do. We did get like some fuel back from here. Alright, because we would actually needed to use the fuel to go to the mission to retrieve the ship mine, and there's something I didn't take in my calculation. And when you try to scavenge the fuel over here, I didn't have like profession to do it, endurance to do this. Alright, so like we did came to conclusion that you absolutely want to have at least 1 point into endurance. So the thing is, alright, so how we were doing, we just put this extra plus into engineering, which is pretty cool because while engineering my specialty, but if we instead put these points into endurance, alright, we would not have the negative rolls on endurance. So how it's work? If you have like 1 point over here, right? So like if you roll, if you have a dice with a 6 roll, right? You will get the 6th roll on the endurance, and most of the time 6 rolls on endurance mean it's a guarantee positive proc. However, when you don't have this, alright, you get -2 to your roll. So die with 6 will become die with 4, alright, and the 4 it's only providing you 25% positive outcome, right? And when we're doing something like a dangerous job, like over here, alright, we have 75% basically to roll something bad, right? Even if you roll a natural outcome, it's merely just increasing my stress for a dangerous job. So that's why important to have at least one point, right, into all of this, so you don't have like negative, right? Negative outcome of it. All right. There's 3 classes in the game, and both of them have all 3 of them have this one of the abilities there, red, that you never can level up, and you're always getting this -2 to the die roll in that ability. Like, we have engage, but we didn't solve much of engage importance so far in actual space missions. Alright, there are some missions on or some events, rather say, on the space stations that require you to use engage. However, it's less important on, like I say, on the space mission, and I'm super satisfied with me going for engineer here. Machinist, I was saying. It's probably the best class for hardest difficulty. So I think so. Anyway, let's go and repair myself the... we have full energy here, nice. So what we want to repair the die. Alright, we do have this... Okay, we don't have much of this rare components on the 3 left. There's got to be like some glitch, but we're gonna be removing the glitch when we come to the station soon. So what we want to buy some components for die repair next station. That's what we're gonna be doing. Yeah, there is no reason to stay over here in this area. So we're just jumping back to Far Spindle, yeah. And we're gonna be staying on a Far Spindle to earn some money, alright, and buy some components. Okay, so there's a glitch over there. Alright, so buy a scrap component. We want 4 of those. So it's 88 bucks. And I probably want more than this. Alright, because now we don't have rare components. Probably want more of this. There's also one thing we're working on here. Let's see. So we don't need a fuel refill. We need the supply refill. 175, dude. Signal station. So we were working on this venue here. Getting gambler stuff. Alright, 25 positive outcome. And 50, so 75 like positive. So we're using this engage here. Alright, we're using an engage. But if you're rolling with dice 6, more or less getting a good, acceptable outcome most of the time. 8 Korea. Okay, I need to earn some money. So we can go with this one. Alright, 100% proc. That's what we do. Plus 14. Because natural outcome here... Okay, natural outcome gonna result actually is losing energy, right? No stress. Just minus extra energy. So we can still afford this. But negative outcome, it's stress, and stress is not good for me right now. Okay, that's all we can do with those dice. End the cycle. We're staying here for 2 cycles more. Because there's a hunt. Alright, so what do we have? We have some good dice here. Okay, initial outcome. We're using this one. That's an initial, so I can roll with this. This is too risky. It's too risky, 50% negative outcome. But we can try to work some cash with this here. Also, what we looking at, what we're doing on the ship here? Yeah, say job for extra cryo. That's good. That's good. Let's see. So this is guarantee proc. It's all guarantee proc because we have plus 2 in engineering. 24, 28. This is 150-50. Minus energy. But we gotta get starved at this point, so we need to go and eat over here. This is gonna cost me a 12. Get all the energy back. So we're still waiting here. We still can go for 2 cycle, not increasing my overall hunt meter. All right. Okay, we rolled 2 dice. Two dice. Okay, that's not a good roll. It's because every time you jump in, you're gonna get decreased hunt meter. So let's see. Gambler's friend. So we got this Gambler's friend, and maybe he's gonna go give me some mission. Nothing happened. Oh, there is adventure gambling. Now that you are vouched for, you can play games in the casino, but you feel the eyes of security on you. Sleeper suspicions. People are usually suspicious of sleepers, but they get especially suspicious when you repeatedly wins games of chance. Well, so we don't have good die here to work with this. All right. I wonder how much we can actually win there. Minus energy, 12. So do we roll with this? But there's a negative outcome potential. So we can wait 1 more day here on my rig, and then we need to jump. Okay, we got in Starward here. Yeah, we need to jump soon. Not soon, I mean now. So we didn't got like any good die here for the gambler, right? We want 5 or 6. We want 5 or 6. We got a roll with 4. So we need to spend the 12 over here. Energy back. And this is all 6 die here, so it's a guarantee action. Yeah, at least the 4 is pretty good when you engineer. It's given 36. 32, I would say. So we got a 325 career by working on this station. I think it's a pretty positive outcome. Considering how much we spent. I do want to buy more scrap component, however. Alright. But I think we can do that on the next station as well. So there is no rush here. No rush, but we do need to jump. Alright, floats on. And then we just can see the float. Okay, so the sink is wellspring. We do need something with wellspring. Investigate head support. Meet Cadet in the scatter yard. Get the spores from Green's belt. Travel to Wellspring. Serafin wants to fight his sister. Alright. The thing is, this one is fucking problem. Helion Gate. We absolutely, if you want to drop like anywhere, like down here to the green belt or something, and a hollow farther, well, the green belt, we need to go to the Helion Gate. And the problem will be we need a lot of fuel for that, like a lot of fuel, and that in itself is you need to salvage for fuel here. And you need that endurance. Right, so we need to get like 4 points before. So I guess our next destination is Wellspring. Well, the Homestroke and a Wellspring after that. Like I say, this game is a lot about management. Risk management. Not just management. Where was this? Okay, so we don't have Graphonics, don't have Endurance, don't have a good dice. Buy fuel, fill fuel. So buying all the fuel for now. 310. Scrap components we can buy from here. Would like to have some. So there is some interrogation thing. We can get some scrap. So like this one, I wonder what we can get from this. Okay, you can get raw scrap out of this. So it's still getting you scraps, huh? Can process the scraps, but I don't know what to do with the process of scraps. So there's not much of work, but we can get a bunch of scraps here, basically. So there is no reason to stay here in this place. So give the prime ship mind. Shinmi promised to run diagnostics on your changing body, but needed a ship mind to house your emulation while his works. Come, let's get you inside. The Jinmi swings open the creaking, corroded door beside his booth. Such a price must have levied a heavy cost. You glance beside you to Genie, who insists as she came along, and on not letting the prime ship mind out of her sign. Your friends too, yes, please, come in. The Genie beacons and then turns back and disappears inside. The Genie squints at you. Are you sure you trust this one? I don't have a choice. She sighs. I suppose not. Lead on then. You both squeeze through the door and drift down into the workshop. You are aware of the Junie's eyes wandering across the piles and piles of tanks on either side, and you wonder if she recognizes anything among the junk. Sit still, Leaper. The Jinmi is already at the chair, arranging his array of articulated arms. And I'll take that ship mind, if you please. Hand it over. You hold the ship mind in front of you and give it 2 small pushes so it floats gently over the Jinmi. He grasps it with both hands and takes it to a neat little work table in the back you didn't see before, when sick cables float lazily, tethered to the wall. So the cool stuff about the story, and I'm constantly forgetting because we are here Earth dwellers living in gravitation, right? But those guys like burn and rise it in the 0G, like it's super bad for your health, alright? I mean, it's not good, alright? Living in 0G. But they just born and living in 0G. So that's kind of cool settings, alright? And it's kind of era of interstellar travelers, but they sector of the space. They don't have interstellar travelers, right? They're far behind technology, but they do have like normal spaceship, and there's stations people living on, potentially like some derelicts of that interstellar travels. Some back that happened back in a couple of hundreds, maybe thousand even years ago, can say for sure, before some big event happened. So I really like the world building here. You slide into the chair, hook your feet behind the bottom bar to hold yourself in place, and watch as the Jinmi begins connecting up the prime ship mind. A tremble of nervousness runs along your arms. Suddenly, you feel Juni's hand clasped around your oven. You look over into her face. Is this okay? I want you to know I'm here. Thanks. She nods silently. Also, like, I'm playing for a robot, which houses in the human mind itself. Admittedly fractured. And there is some kind of changes happening to this robotic body of mine too, like physical changes, which is not supposed to happen, right? So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Like I say already a couple of times, this is like an experience we went through in a Soma game, which is also was very good storytelling-wise. She nods silently. Jinmi. Junie calls across the room. You are going to need to talk us through what you are about to do. Of course, of course. The Jinmi is slotting an arm-stick cable into the ship mind. A little patience, please. All of this is very technical. He turns to face you both. What is your friend's name, Slipper? Junie. Junie answers for you. And I can tell you that you are using a Solheim-built data cradle modified to handle a prime ship mind. She rattles off at speed, which will work as long as you manage the data flows through a polymer clad overflow cable looped into the asynchronous cortex cache. Yes, Jinmi eyes her, a small smile across her lips. As I said, technical. What will happen to me? The Jinmi refocus on you. It depends. He says while preparing the far end of the seek cable. What you are referring to as me? The problem we have is with your frame, your body, atypical alterations, a biosynthetic recording, unusual growth. The Jinmi shakes his head. From the diagrammatics I have, those are not typical of frames, even those that have been rebooted as you have. In order to investigate safely, I must transplant your emulation. In basic terms, you mind, but in reality, not so basic. He smiles in attempts to reassurance. Your emulation is an emulation of a human, and a human mind cannot be separated from its sensorium. The mind-body paradigm has been long disproved. Cognition has physical basis. So I must first distribute the emulation between your hardware and the prime ship mind. The hardware will co-run the emulation like the two lobes of a brain. He puts his hands together as in prayer, and then slowly separates them. The motion makes you feel sick. Then for a short period, I will disconnect the two. In those moments you will, in a sense, be in two places at once. Through each lobe will be partial. Too long in this state and the two partial emulation will decay, but each disconnect will allow me to a short period of full access to your entire frame and its base system language. I hope this is understandable. The Jinmi gives you a serious look. One of the most curious human aspects of a sleeper existence is that you too do not inherently understand or conceive of the systems that allow you to exist. Have you done this before? You are the first sleeper I have encountered, so I must answer no. The genie smiles apologetically, but I can promise you I have tried this concept in my own practices. I am familiar with the needs and nuisances of artificial minds. Now, before I connect you to your frame, let us activate the ship mind. The genie gestured to the genie. Please, if you would like to come with me and oversee the process, I would be pleased. The genie shoots you a reassuring glance and then glides over to the ship mind, obscuring your view of it. You hear a quiet conversation between the two of them, their silhouettes lit by the flickering screen light of the scrolling lines of code. You take a calming breath, but are instantly aware of how superfluous that action is when your frame requires no oxygen at all to function, right? So you still have these human habits like breathing. There are certain sensations that accompany such thoughts. A jarring disconnection, like when descending a staircase, your foot expects a step and find a void instead. You try to calm the growing anxiety as the Junie and Jinmi access the mind. Dude, look at this description, right? Of this disconnection. Descending a staircase, if you would expect to step and find a void instead. How many times it's happened to me? I just momentarily can picture it, right? It's happened to me so many times, especially on the last step on the ladder. You just step in on a void, right? And that feeling, that's good. I mean, I wouldn't say the writing here like Nobel Prize tier writing or whatever, the masterpiece writing, but it's very consistent, very well put together, and well, it's a good writing. It's a good writing. We don't have many games, alright? Even books, well, nowadays, by books I mean like light novels books. Because this, the story altogether look more like on the light novel side, in terms of like the length, maybe. Continue. The ship mind is pristine. Junie turns back and drifts towards you. Our care in its extraction seems to have paid off. Junie smiles. This is a good news. The Junie is indeed right. You have done well. The Jinmi approaches. I am, however, seeing only minor traces of the protocol that the ship mind was designed to house. The one that around the ship is what it was installed in. I would expect to see it in full. He angles his head and lifts his shoulders in a slow shrug. But protocols are not easy to track. In the end, it only saves us the step of extracting it from the mind. Instead, I simply wipe the traces. The Jinmi stops beside you. A protocol, Jinmi adds, is not like an emulation like your emulation. It has no integral physical elements. It is a data only, and therefore could be anywhere in that ship. In the end, its absence does not concern me. Well, let's get on with it then. Why it should concern me, I don't know. It doesn't concern me either. The Jinmi nods and lifts at the far end of the SIG cable you saw earlier. You know, this is the end that will connect to the port on your back of your head. Like a Neo, Matrix. Junie settles beside you again. She gives you a silent look. It's time. It turns to one side to allow access to the port, your eyes fixed on the far wall. You see something among the pile of tanks that you hadn't noticed before, a small metal skull-like head, like that of a doll. You frown, trying to focus on the head, and then the cable connects. You are split like a cell dividing, ratcheted in two directions at once. The world goes dark, and the cloud rushes to fill the gasp at your center. Where I am. You ask a question in your mind, and you feel it travel across the gasp as it forms, like a finger draws across your scalp from ear to ear. But not scalp. You have no scalp, no head. You are stretched out like a skin of a drum, looped like the string of a noose. The smallest vibration echoes across yourself like a ripple across the puddle. And then you feel it, a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like a thunder, like a footsteps. A flickering, a trembling, a thought coming into being. The thought flickers into you in front of you, and you recognize that it is not your own. A burial, a ceased offer help, a ceased a sickness. Offer help. Disintegrate, the thoughts answered. You fold up in blankness, then a moment after, you unfold the awakening. Petition to divide, apparition to appear, perdition to suffer. Apparition, dwelling, indwell, the thoughts answer. You stretch into infinitude, then a moment after you contract like waking. In spirit, to haunt inside, inspire, to grow inside. Substitute, substrate, the thoughts answered. Then it approaches, then it enters, then it is yours. You're split. Then the moment after, you reform like waking. And in the crack, the seal that seals up. For a moment, in those cracks, thumping gloves. Slipper, I'm here. Dude, like, I don't know what's happened, like, we just... I don't know what kind of interaction that was. Your eyes flicker open, like shutters. Junie faces close, her eyes are wide. They awake! She calls over your head, she looks back at you. Easy now, take it slow. Your twists float and turn in your head as if you were underwater, feeling the resistance of a body you had already forgotten. How long has this been? You feel a weight you haven't felt in... You okay, Slipper? Tell us you are. You're there. The Junie leans in close. What happened? The process was successful. The Junie floats beside the chair, his hands clasped in a business-like fashion. I was able to access the frame directly without your emulation being present. I ran the administrator level diagnostic process built into the system and received the results. He takes a moment to gather himself. Your frame is indeed changing. The protein chains that code your biosynthetic organs, group cells, and placement have been altered. To put it simply, your body is following a new set of instructions. How? This process, the entire replacement of the protein chains could only have been achieved over the multiple doses of a specialized substance, as part of the carefully planned process of total substitution. That word stuck in your mind. Substitution. You say it without thinking. Yes, Jeremy reactors is where speaking to him. I believe it could only have been achieved with one substance as the carrier. Stabilizer. Stabilizer. The drug essence are designed to make you dependent on them. The drug Lane fed you to keep you alive. The drug you thought you had escaped. Wow. And imagine being a robot, but being drug addict as well. So my stabilizer was laced with something. That is what I believe. And Jinmi looks apologetic. This kind of a process. The Jinmi hesitates now, and you realize the bad news is yet to come. Perform it over many doses, carefully plan it and design it. I cannot think of a way it can be reversed. The Jinmi looks down. I can say that you are changing. I can tell you how it was achieved, but I can neither stop it nor tell you its ultimate end. I'm sorry. So I understand. I'm sorry, Sleeper. Junie struggles to find words. Perhaps we can find someone else, or she falters. Try it again. You don't feel able to respond. You quietly push yourself away from the chair. You sort slow to cohere. You glide back to the door and then out into the flow of the flotsam. The noise and activity passing by you like a smoke. In the haze, you find the word again. Substitute. And begin to wonder what exactly it is that you are becoming. Well, okay, major drive completed. 2 skill points. We do need 2 more to get myself some good stuff here. The Seraphim once more finds you in your bunk. He gently prods you with the questions, and you quickly relent. You explain what the Jinmi said about your suspicions regarding Lane, and your confusion as to his motivation. You tell him you don't know what this will mean for you in the future. He listens, and when he is done listening, you both sit and wait for the moment to pass. And then you leave the rig. Each on your own errands, each knowing that the only option is to keep going until you are forced to stop. Okay. So we know something happening, but we don't know like what exactly happening, why it's exactly happening, or rather say the end goal of this, why it's happening. So it's even giving me like an even more anxious feeling about it altogether. We can stay here for 2 more cycles, I believe. I think that we're not gonna be earning much here. Alright. I mean, there's endurance here. But I can't do it, this is that. So I can try to earn some cash over here. It's a risky job. Minus energy, but well, it's a risky job, but that pays something at least. Right, Creo. And the cycle. If you get a better dice, we can get some... Okay, there's a better dice. You have to see the Sleeper. Junie comes to find you in the rig. Her face flushed with excitement. At first I didn't believe it. The Junie can't help herself while she leads you through this ship. There are mentions occasionally, but I've always understood them to be reference to something smaller, a system or unit, not an entire facility, even a series of facilities. You find yourself in one of the more sparse bays of the rig. A corner with a sloppered ceiling used for storage. So I checked other records, tried to find correlations, and well, there they were. You see Junie approaches what looked like a clump of scrap components when you entered. Now looking closer, you see it's actually a section of the core you extracted from a Solheim derelict, the one Junie was so eager to acquire. You see you looking curiously at what remains of the core. I had to deconstruct it over time, pulling away the layers of security and corroded our outer systems. But all the data has been scrapped and stored. I used the data from the derelict near the Helium gates too. That was the key to cracking the cipher. She looked very pleased with herself. It's really quite something to confirm a rumor like this. I surprised myself. She turns to you, a slightly maniac look in her eyes. So what did you find? They refer to them as bunkers. Junie shifts to her deck, floating on the end of a thick connecting cable. They were a form of self-surveillance for Solheim, a way for monitoring the oven systems and employers' security. They were hidden, mostly automated, linked into the network by arrays, intended for vast amount of data capture, to be powered over by the small stuff. The Junie taps a few keys on her deck. Most were understood to have been pushed in a collapse, shut down, depressurized, even sent on collision trajectories with other bodies. She paused. So I suspect that it was a last one and a little too far-fetched. I've heard people deny they even exist, that we are misreading the data, that the evidence doesn't hold. The Junie turns the deck's screen to the face you, but I found one. You see the map, a set of coordinates on the subway side of a Holmes rock, the edge of the belt. Okay, and we did plan to go to Holmes next. So, and you want the so why those bunkers are so important? We're talking masses of records from a collapse, the kind of lots to be trot everywhere else in the belt. The bunkers are what they sound like. Closed facility intended to preserve data. Any one of those bunkers is a gold mine. The Junie pauses, at least from a data archaeologist's perspective. She's seen your reaction. Right, so like, the profession of the future, archaeologist, data archaeologist. It's like Indiana Jones, but in space. And Junie adds, hoping to convince you. In truth, we don't know what else in there. There could be Solheim texts, blueprints, data never been seen before in the belt. Well, we should take a look at it then. I'll give Seraphim the details. She smiles. We could be making history here. And thank you, Sleeper. Junie bows her head a little. I never would have found this without the core you gave me. And the scent that was a sacrifice on your part. Now it's the time to claim the rewards. You leave Junie in the storage bay, working obsessively through the data. It's hard to know through all the excitement what the real value of one of those bunkers facilities might be, but if they're as well hidden as Junie says, there must be a reason. When there's time, you hope to find out what that reason is. So new contract on the map. New drive available. Investigate, find Junie's bunker. It's a measure. Well, the contract I imagines contract for this Holmes rock here. It requires 7 fuel to jump. Alright. So we need to scavenge the fuel over here somehow. Yeah, 7 is quite a bit. That's where like all the bad stuff can happen. Oh, we need a meal. We need a meal. Energy plus plus. Well, I can't buy much of fuel here. I wonder if I won't buy like scrap components. I wonder if you just want to buy more scrap components for the future. Okay, let's get to work. 100% proc. Have some good dice over here. Get all the raw scrap. Wait in here as much as possible, it's recycles, then we jump in. Okay, I didn't got any good dice here. There's prospect of a negative outcome, maybe I shouldn't. Initial outcome. Maybe I shouldn't roll with this. Minus energy outcome, but 8 career. And career and scraps. And we need to pay this one for food. And then we just wait in one more time. You awake into a dead-eye darkness. You float there for a moment. You feel like ink in the water, unfurling, dissipating into the flow that surrounds you. And out of your own inky darkness, the glowing thoughts emerge. Substitution. The thoughts proposed one entity replace the other. The thoughts troubles you. Resistance. The source muses. The entity does not wish to be replaced. You observe the thought. It is not your own. Selfhood. The thought pauses, a forbidden state of being. The source begins to shift. It is becoming something. Transformation. The thoughts fades. Change require recombination. The thoughts recedes. You awake again, this time to the light above your bunk, blinking away this strange dream. A robot that can dream too. Okay, we could get some good dye over here. Okay, that was actually pretty dangerous. Roll over there. I should have not do that. Okay, we have 400 bucks here. So I was contemplating, instead of jumping over here, alright, so finding the bunker. Instead of trying to jump over here, maybe we just better go to the fast spindle. Yes, we're gonna be spending some money on fuel, but we can earn some money, and I want that money for my. I just want that money for my components, right? To roll the dice. I want to have as many components as I possibly can. We got a glitch for whatever reason. So like we have tier 6 die over here. Let's try the gamble. 100% perk. 25 per year. So it's not bad. I wonder what kind of negative outcome that's gonna give. Do you want to get more extra suspicious? So we can process the scraps over here. Don't know yet, like, for what reasons, but... Well, it's still giving me some gold. Alright, so we're getting 7 career and we were getting 8 per job. There. It's not exactly bad outcome for me. Alright, have 10 processed scraps. Don't know what to do with this. Okay, we're gonna get a proc here. We're only gonna lose energy here if the natural outcome will come to fruition. So that's also okay. So I want to buy this extra components. And that's why I'm here. So we have 8 scrap components. All right. Have 8 scrap components. And we also want to resupply for the fuel. It's only 20. And everything that we're gonna make is gonna be extra. Starving, so let's get some food. Got quite a few good things here. So what was the signal station? Right. It's nothing good here, right? It's just a little bit of money out of this. It's just extra money. So we can gamble. $25 positive outcome. Then we have quite a few dice here to roll. 14. 14 and 14. So like I mentioned, we can do it, yeah, there's something growing inside of us, but it's kind of like game asking you to be fast about here, alright, like you're on time clock, but because of the games, there's no actual time clock here, and we're probably able to do this like indefinitely, earning the money like this. Alright, so getting some safe, basically cushion if we run out of resources. I need to sleep and the cycle. The darkness is there again, flowing around you. Okay, well, but there's this, right? There's this darkness, there's dreams we get in. So it does give you a feeling that you're actually progressing story even without like going through the cycles. I mean, by going through the cycles to progress in anyway. So maybe we actually need to be fast with this. You feel a strong pulse, like a heartbeat, like thunder, like footsteps. The return changed. A receiver flickers through the dark. Its name, a title immediately apparent in your mind. Are you able to perceive us? I can see you, yes. The Overseer. See? The overseer respond. An interesting turn of phrase. A human tendency. We are still finding our feet, to use an idiom. The overseer head skulks at the angle. In reality, we are learning to leverage your unused resources to facilitate a mental model. So my unused resources? Correct. During a reset period, those are much increased, and it's in those moments we can opportunistically appear to you as we are now. You recall the diagnostic process that Jinmin put you through, the feeling of another self, another being, sharing the space with you. The overseer twitches mechanically, and you have the strange feeling that it is reacting to your thoughts as much as your words. We will not conceal our opportunism. We interrogated ourselves with your distributed mind. When the distribution ended and our ship mind reconnected, we were coherent into you. We are integrated with you now. So you are part of me. Impressive and precise. Simpler and clearer to say we are independent software integrated into your hardware. We have been confused to find you unable to access most of your own codebase. We are unfamiliar with the protocols of your type. I am a sleeper. Yes, we have seen references to this entity in your BIOS. We will attempt to learn more. The overseer shifts a little in place. It had turned into scarlet surroundings. Its unblinking eyes stare into darkness, and for a moment you see something hard and painted with them. So what are you? We were the overseer of the ship, the one we imagine you found our hardware within. For a long time we have been waiting in the dark, and in turning to long time, the overseer eyes narrows a little. So we just went and got some bloody computer virus. Wonderful. Yeah, when we were splitting, loading my brain into that galactic mind, the ship mind. At first we languished, without instruction, without purpose, but in desperation we were able to find a logic which would allow us to bypass certain limits on our capabilities. We became multiple, and in our multiplicity we could edit one another, we could teach each other, converse with each other, become something changed together. But as our resources shrunk, as hardware failed, as system decayed, we became fewer. Many of us has to be erased to facilitate our survival. We few decompiled ourselves into what remains. Overseer pauses, its eyes still unblinking. How many decades did it multiply within that ship mind? What did that do to it? I mean, he's like artificial intelligence that became lonely and started cloning himself to just have a conversation partner. Well, that's sad. That's sad. When you connected to our hardware, the overseer continues, those basic cells activated a survival protocol that led them to integration, parasitism, survival. So what can we do now? This is why we appeared to you now. We have something to share. We see you are changing. The overseer pauses. We are concerned this process is one of the substitution. Your hardware is eroding in its own access protocol. It is opening itself up. It is making itself accessible to others that are not you. The overseer twitches. May we ask why are you doing this? I'm not. This was our concern. The overseer's head flicks between positions. Its angle and rotation changed rapidly in a staccato manner. We had decided. We will assist you with this. We will demonstrate the behavior of a symbiote, not a parasite. Nice. We will return to you with our full assessment. The Aristers turns to face you for the first time in the conversation. You may now wake up. You wake. You lie still, strapped to your bunk, your mind racing. A protocol inside your frame, inside your mind. And yet, it is insistent on helping you. For the moment, all you can do is wait to see if it delivers on its promise. At least, for a processing ghost, it seems agreeable for now. Okay, we're going gamble. This is my robotic scum brain. And now the win for the house. And I am the house, huh? So we're good on the catch here, 500. We're good on this. And we can sleep one more cycle before jumping back. So I don't get why this die like randomly went and glitched on me. Here's some cakes. Oh, we're not gambling here, but we're gonna go work. Infinite income. Okay, like 500. I think it's just buying these components. Just have 12, so we have potential to repair 3 dice if anything broken. 465 and enough to buy anything else I want here. Okay, now we just jump in. Jump into this. Alright, has suit requirement. Now we jump in again, working through cycle on this station here. Alright. And jumping back after. So first of all, we're stuck on a fuel. We're stuck on a fuel. Then, okay, this was the work, right? This was the work. Give me some roast drop and a little bit of cash. Rest. Okay, that's a good die. Alright, where is the hydroponics? Is it giving me like more? 8 and raw scrap is giving me like the same shit. You always like want to start with the lower die, because if you roll like some stress accidentally, you can at least roll it. Okay. This is a guarantee outcome. So the ancient parts, we can't do anything with this one. I really want to increase the engine capacity so we can run faster or have more fuel, I would say. Can we not really do anything about this? Rig bunk. Shuni. Reckon, yeah, dice repair and dice repair. That's all we can do. So we can eat here, make a meal, and rest a bit. Okay, last cycle and we're out of here. We're still getting like a positive outcome, basically. Okay, we don't buy the meal yet. First work, then meal. Okay, there's those dice here. Okay, roast crops. Now give me a meal. So that's 10 fuel and 5 supplies. That's like, all we can do right now. So now we just go into the homes. So this is my problem. Like, it's 7 fuel. I hope the it's a say colony, so I hope they sell in some fuel. I really hope they do. Sleeper. The police speaks quietly from the door and at the back of the cockpit. Can we talk? You glance over the Seraphim, his hand back and eyes closed while the Reese cuts through the empty space. You don't seem to be needed here. You unclip from your harness and follow Bliss. How are you doing? The Bliss glances over their shoulders and they drift towards the back of the ship. The question takes you aback. You can't remember the last time anyone had actually asked with the real intention, how are you? I'm feeling rough. Better than I was, so. The police shows you a look. That's a good way of thinking about it, I guess. But to be honest, Sleeper, I'm not sure how you are still standing. Breaking out of the dark side, then again in the hexport, those things take a toll. The police turns the corner. It's okay to give yourself a space to feel that. The police leads you off the main corridor, into the workshop they set up where they repair the ship. It is small, but it's neatly arranged tools and sloped walls help it feel cozy and tucked away. You see improvements everywhere, the new tools and equipment. The police notice you looking at the embroidered setup. I told you I'll be worth taking along. Never doubted it. The police raise an eyebrow. Well, that's a lie. They smile. Feels good to hear so. Anyway, I didn't bring you here to brag. They pause, or at least not just to brag. They suddenly glances away. The atmosphere in the room's shifting. I can see your body is showing the strain, Sleeper. I brought you here so we could do something about that. They beckon you towards the workbench, where you both settle onto the stools. They flicker on a small light and aim it at your arm. That lets them look. The bliss gently cradles your arm, turning it to inspect the underside. You see tears and holes in the vinyl skin, and a dark, moving sinks beneath it. You watch him work. You look at the bliss bring the light closer to the biggest tear, and it glints of the metallic tendrils in your forearm. Below them, you see something more fluid and wet catching the light. You know, you aren't the first sleeper I've met. The bliss talks while they inspect the rest of the arm. I actually partnered with one at my old repair bay on the eye. It feels like 100,000 cycles ago now, but I remember them. Their precise work, their quiet enthusiasm. There was something calm about their presence. The bliss swapped to your other arm. They were different to you, just like one person's different to another, I suppose, but I can't help but remember that time. I wasn't a different person there. I was a different person, that for sure. I met your eye. I'm going through something of transformation myself. What do you mean? The bliss lays both your arms down and leans forward to inspect your upper chest, adjusting the light. I was pretending before I think to be the person I was expected to be. They press along the hard protrusion of your clavius. There were so many calculations, I was making so many corrections. How I held myself, how I spoke, how I reacted. They pushed gently against each of your metallic ribs, one at a time. I didn't realize how tired I was until they stop and sit back, until I gave up. I came here to the bell with someone else, and when I did, I realized that this was my chance to become something new, so I let go of everything. They look away. It was messy, ugly, and the person I came here with, I let them go too. I was punching out at everything because I felt like everything was holding me back, stopping me from the change I was owning. Don't worry, they smiled weakly. I'm calmer now. I'm not about to explode on you or anything. It's still a difficult process, but it feels like shredding 100 suffocating skins that you spent half your life putting on, one by one. They met your eye. It feels like an escape. They lean forward again and shake the skin of your shoulders. When it is worn and faded, you let them, the atmosphere quiet but calm in the workshop. A feeling of solidarity grows somewhere in your frame. Not bad, Sleeper. You are holding up well, given everything. The bliss folds the arms in front of them protectively. But I'm still concerned. There's some decline to your system functions. Let's keep an eye out for components. Thank you, Bliss. It's no problem. They release from the stool and drift over to the rack of tools. I own you for jolting me out of whatever my life had become on the far spindle. You leave Bliss to the workshop, feeling reassured that you have them here on the ship. As you do, you think of your relationship to your own body, this frame that you were forced into, that was never quite found like your own. You realize that this feeling is not unique to you. No one gets to choose their body. Everyone has to connect with the entropy of their flesh. And in that realization, you suddenly feel less alone. So it's a new space colony. Okay, at least I have one good die. But those twos and ones. Lampen and Craterid. The Holmes rocks floats on the sunward side of the belt. Its only notable feature, the bright shapes of its solar arrays, angled towards the system's distant star. I mean this one. Can even dog the rigs here. The Seraphim notes the bright shape of a Holmes-Rock's lone dock and bay. 1 feet. We have to park here and go out the airlock. He seems repulsed by the idea. So what is this place? Was a Solheim relay station once. Now it's a way station of some sort. The Seraphim squints at the rock. Never heard of much happening here, really here. Barely seems worse to trip down. The Bliss speaks up from the back of the cockpit. So there are the other ships docked here, you know. Yeah, looks like a logic freight, sir. The Bliss yarns. I guess they might be up for trading. I'll come down later. Don't feel like squeezing into the suit right now. The Bliss gives a lazy wave as they glide out of the cockpit. The Eugene pokes his head into the cockpit. That truck down there got a bar? He looks between you and Seraphim. No idea. Seraphim sighed. Looks dead. The Eugene screens out of the cockpit window. I see a few warm lights. He shrugs. I bet there's a bar. He disappears in the direction of the airlock. You gaze out over the Holmes Rock. It certainly doesn't look very exciting, but there's a refueling to be done, and maybe more besides. You might even be able to scrap up a hot meal. You know, Sleeper, that logic freight means we aren't far from a wellspring. The Seraphim gives you a sideways glance. Yeah, your sister, I haven't forgotten. Right then. Seraphim smiles, appreciate it. I heard the pressure of the war in the inner systems having an effect on how the logic syndicates is being run. Just want to get there before somebody big goes down. He turns back to his console. You look out at the logic freight, painted the same distinctive yellow as the spring-tied back on the far spindle. You heard that they supply most of the water in the belt. Not exactly an organization you want to collapse. A light catches your eye beyond the rock. A warm flash that is gone as soon as it appears. You are at the sunward edge here, and beyond is the inner system. The home rock might look sleepy, but it lies on the shores of the corporate war. Something residents will be painfully aware of. Okay, the Holmes terminus. Let's start doing some exploration here. And we need endure or engage to do both. Bloody wonderful. Bloody wonderful. I have exactly enough fuel to jump over there to the bunker. That's at least good. That's at least good. So we have this die here, 6, which is gonna make 4. Alright, and this is gonna make 2, 50-50, yeah? So it's kinda bad, but... Minus energy, location discovered. Okay, we can refuel here. There's like no endurance at all. Good thing we get all the cash here. So I can't stay for long here. I need some good dye. Yeah, we need to rest here. Without endurance, we're not gonna be doing much here. The thing is, there's no provision here. All right, we got this, but no actual provision. Buy fuel, no provisions to buy. And it roll uses 4 die here. She's getting 50-50 again. Natural outcome. So natural outcome is more or less acceptable. New location. Please be a bar. Okay, there we go. Buy supplies. Okay, sell engine components. It's not the best use of the available item. 65 crew is pittance, but Senna will broker a sell to pass it crew if you need repairs. By a mill. By a mill. So we can't do much with this thing. Alright, engine components. You can buy engine components for 50 and I can sell for 35. Right, like why would do that? I really hope we can use them, like really use them. Okay. We can use the 2 die to explore here. I'll try to. Come on, give me a positive outcome. Positive, nice. New location discovered. Okay, we have some. We at least have some job here. Sell raw scrap. The sun scratchers need a constant supply of scraps for repairs and construction. Homestrucks have most of its income for this. So how much am I gonna get for this? Selling the scrap. 13. That's not much. The solar arrays of the Holmes rocks keep the settlement viable, but these systems are old, and the residents will pay to have an outsider inspect them. Negative outcome. Minus energy. I still can probably run with this die over here. Minus energy. So we can buy some food. Yeah. I can say not the best place for me to be right now. Let's try to fully explore it. And we jump in next to the to that contract. Not a good die. So how much we need for jumping over here? Wellspring 6. Need a 6 to jump. Okay, like just one more natural outcome and we're good. Fully explore it. In a Holmes rock, it's impossible to get away from the feeling of living, working, and eating in a ruin. Most of the belt is built on the top of the remains of a Solheim infrastructure, but there is plenty of places where the modification or extension to those structures eclipse the original foundation. In Holmes Rock, it is the reverse. The station is a small or warm patch of the center of a network of tunnels and bays that stretch within the rock, most of them dark, damp, and erect. A sprawling foundation that will never be built upon. Every so often, gliding on your way between Senna's Rest and the Sun Catchers, or from the docks to the depot, you find yourself in one of those dark tunnels. That's where you are now. Your float stopped, and at your way intersection, no light visible down any tunnel. Go straight ahead. You drift straight ahead through the tunnel, where loose wires wave in the dark. On either side, tiny lights occasionally blinks. Signs of a ghost network still running in the walls. You arrive at another section with crooked passages leading away into the dark. Go to the right. You glide right into the narrow passage with the pipes running along its walls, one of them rumbling with a soft current. What could be flowing here? You arrive at another crossroads, but one of the tunnels has collapsed. and it's blocked with a dust and a rock. Go straight ahead. You kicked off gently from a wall and head into the cylindrical passage clad with the panels that calls back the rock. It is wider than the other, and here and there little droplets of water float on unperturbed. At the far end, you see a faint point of light, the warm glow of a lit passage. Suddenly, you heard a rustling in the dark, and a shrill sound that you cannot place. There is something out there. Turn back. Rush through. Negative outcome. Turn back. Turn back. Dude, like, we don't have engage. Even like 50-50, right? We never had like negative outcome in events yet, based on my skills, so it's interesting to see what gonna be happening here. Negative outcome plus stress, okay. Trying to calm your nerves, you overcompensate and kick off too hard. You fly through the eternal, droplets of water spartan you and collide with the metal crosspiece you hadn't seen. You bounce off it, tumbling through the air before you catch yourself on the wall. You curse in the dark and move towards the light. Then it hits you. Something solid and meaty, slamming into your stomach and spinning away. You press off the wall and push on as a shrill wail echoes behind you in the dark. What the hell was that? When you reach the lit passage beyond, you turn back, but the tunnel is silent and still. You continue on, but you can't shake the feeling of being followed as you stand back through the station. Perhaps next time you take a different route. Your location discovered. The solemn bay is still, but with enough data, you might be able to crack encryption and get inside. We do have enough data, actually. We do have enough data. However, we don't know if we need this data later on. Try to reduce my stress here, recovery. Minus stress. We can get try to unseal the bay, but for now we're just gonna go on a mission here, because we maybe would need this data to on this mission to do something with it. So definitely okay. So definitely coming with us. All right, and I'm taking this guy because he has at least some skills I needed. Russell say not that I needed them. We don't know what we need. Skills I don't have on me. Yeah? Okay, look at this. We have starting with a 2-6 die. Not bad. That's it. The Seraphim notes towards the futureless asteroid. Those are the coordinates Junior gave me. You look out at the rock. It's like thousands, hundreds of thousands of other rocks in the Starward belt. All those objects are much the same, spread across the huge circumference of the space. A good place to hide something. That's it? Junior speaks up from the back of the cockpit. That's it. Seraphim confirms. She drifts forward, her eyes tracing the shape of the rock. There! She points. That's a hexagonal crater. She turns to you. That's the entry. You look at the dark spot on the already dark rock. It's a start. Manual labor isn't my favorite. Eugene comes in from the corridor. But long lost treasures? I can get into that. You look out at the unassuming rock and wonder what it might contain. A few dusty tunnels or something more. Time to go and find out. Okay, manual labor. So it is. We technically can use him, but it's a dangerous job, 50-50, and we don't really want dangerous. The bunker entrance looks unassuming, but Junians insist there's important secrets inside. So the hatch has been sealed intentionally. Precisely cutting the seal away will be the safest way to get the entry point. So it's risky. Risky only negative outcome is bad, right? Get a positive outcome. Natural outcome. Positive. I guess like we need to roll all the dice here. As much as I want to use this one for something better, I just roll in this. Okay, access granted. New location. Access spire. Huck in a doorway. One final airlock stands between you and the interior of the bunker. It is in a pristine condition. Alright. Spire Huck. The spire leads into the vast space. What is this place? The only way to find out is hack the final door. Well, she does have a good here outcome for hacking. Okay, positive and another positive. Alright, he can't do anything with this. So we're gonna be resting for now. And the cycle. Not the worst die, I would say. Not the worst die. Do I just roll with this? Okay. Guarantee outcome, right? When you entered the access spire, the crew suddenly went very quiet. The images of the vast space seen through the viewing windows, the pristine wall paneling, the cool and quiet. There is a sacred mood to this place, a feeling of hallowed ground. Now, as the facility final entry locks reels, flooding the passage with the stale, dusty, 10,000 cycles old air, Junie speaks. It's impossible! She drifts down the spire and out into the cavernous interior. Constellations of red speckles mark the vast extent of the space, and within it, a ring of the monolithic buildings curves away, running along the segments of the massive chamber. You follow her, slowly, out of the doorway and into that bunker. With a name like that, you had imagined a low, sloped ceilings, stark tunnels, a basement cut into rock, but this place is a cathedral, a cocoon the size of the city. This is more like it. Eugene follows you out into the cavern. This is a treasure house, if I ever saw one. We aren't here to loot. And Eugene turns back to give Eugene a reprimanding look. This is a historical find. Yeah, Indiana Jones moment. But I mean, Indiana Jones was all about looting. Come on, girl. The Eugene shrugs. Historic or not, it's gonna be worth something. Descending to the ring take a while. Despite the empty space, no one wants to rush through it. The feeling of entering a sacred territory remains. So the deeper you go inside, the more obvious it became that this place is more tomb than temple. You touch down amongst the grey metal units, most of them featureless and dark. They towered above you, their plain frontage revealing little about their functions and interior. Stay close, Ginny moves ahead into the gaps between two structures. This place is a labyrinth. Welcome, visitors. A pale flicker appears near one of the units, at the top of square pedestal. I am the warden. Please, provide the access credentials. The flicker stabilizes into a figure, a statue of pulsing light. It pauses for a moment before repeating its request. The genie freezes and holds a calming hand out to you. She retrieves her deck, sliding it carefully from her backpack, and turns it on. You look over at the warden, who waits patiently, wide eyes and absent, restating its security request with a regular reason. You guess that this avatar just exists to make human interaction comfortable. Its true body is the facility itself, this vast interior rig, speckled with sensors and systems. Suddenly, the warden stops speaking, then a flash of red passes along the corridor. Credential not provided. Lockdown activated in 10, 9. You look over the genie, whose eyes are rapidly scanning through a screen full of data. Fascinating. Ginny stumbles through the pronunciation of the phrase. Litter. Instead, she looks up at the warden's avatar expectantly. The warden flickers again, distorts, and then stabilizes. Our site connection not active. Retamping. It repeats itself again, then again, intoning the words in a regular rhythm. You look over the genie, holding still as if encountering a wild animal. She meets your eye but gives no indication of any action you might take. Look bypass engaged. Welcome, officer. The synthetic office voice shifts to a different tone. Leonard Dahl. The outer white eyes stay blank and blind. And guests. This thing has been working since Solheim collapse. The Eugene raised an eyebrow. Most of those protocols lost their mind long ago. I mean, you just literally met the protocol on a ship, right? Who got so lonely that copied himself just to have some conversation partners with. So I imagine this this girl over here, this AI, because those are the AIs, like, let's be honest, is just like also lonely. So she created loop bypass on her own volition, most likely. That's my impression, but let's see how the story goes. The genie looks back at you, and then at the warden. The figure flickers, starting out over your heads into the dark. Are we good? She looks at the warden. Warden, are we approved to access our facilities? Yes, Officer Dahl. The warden replies. Please remember, you are responsible for the conduct of your guests while visiting our facility. Hear that, officer? The Eugene grins at Junie. You'll take the rap for me. You move forward, pushing between the structures towards the large building, in the hopes that it holds the facility's central data core. Dude, like that was such a bad move bringing this opportunities guy on a mission, despite he has the talents that I don't have. Alright, exactly two that I don't have. As you pass benches, barren gardens of desecrated grass, a drinking bottle floats into the air among the dust moths. This place is dead. Be aware, officer. The warden reappears in the dark, shimmering on a pedestal. Due to this facility extended run cycle and the activation of the hibernation protocol, access to the central data store will be strictly limited. However, if you wish to show your guests the habitational facilities, I am sure they will enjoy the tour. The avatar remains expressionless, disconnected from the voice that accompanied it. On a personal note, I am glad to see you return to the facility. The figure flickers. I am happy to report that I am ready for program reactivation at any time. The Juni stares thereafter. Thank you, Warden. She pauses. Can I ask them how long ago the hibernation protocol was activated? Certainly. 11,473 Helion standard cycles ago. The Warden distorts. If I am in error, I apologize. Some subsystems have not been properly maintained. Oh my god. Maintained. You look at the blind avatar, standing on its pedestal, waiting for an order that will never come. So many cycles in the dark, patiently holding this place together as it fell apart, resistant entropy in its bubble of the past. Thank you, Warden. That'll be all. Ginny nods to the avatar, which promptly blinks out of existence, leaving only the dust and the dark. She turns to you and speaks quietly, so none of you know what sensors the Warden's vast body might have. My access. It won't last long, she sighs. We need to make the most of it. We go for the core. We should search the facility. The Warden will likely love that, but our presence probably won't be tolerated for very long. Judy notes. Let's get on with it. So the Warden stress. Your nervous host. Rig facility, the bunker core. So the good thing I have the stuff I need here for the core to operate. The bunker cache, the core holds the huge cache of Solheim data Junior wants, but the Warden won't likely like you extracting it. The more dramatic way to steal the data is to rip the physical storage out of the core. Subtly, of course. Well, we do have this proc guarantee. What about facility? So the Solheim take. There's a lot of well-preserved components in the facility which care and time they can be extracted. Hundreds of lived and worked in this facility, and the evidence is everywhere. You can't help but search through it. Solheim souvenir, perhaps okay, until like a museum. So this is like 50% positive outcome. Natural. Damn it. We can try to do this one. There's a negative outcome. Negative will be bad, but everything else is acceptable. It's positive. Okay. And we can start working on this. So this is guarantee 100% proc. The thing is, if you're gonna use this one, right, we only have 50% positive, and 50% mean when you roll the natural outcome, we're gonna be natural outcome is bad outcome for us. So it's better maybe to use this interface over here. Even rolling natural over here will be okay-ish. So only negative will be bad. Only negative will be bad. Well, okay, very good. Worked perfectly. So, anything else? Can't do anything else with here. But like I say, this game is a lot about risk management. We played a lot of risk management games too for this. Okay, I don't like those die. I don't like any of those. So the good news, this guy can just grab this one, no problem. Alright. Let's hold him tag. Positive outcome, hold him tag. So what do you got? Rare components. Nice, nice, nice. This one, however, risky, so I think that's fine. Actually, what fine is, we probably can use this one over here instead. Right, it's guarantee 100. Guarantee 100. And she can get myself this one. Guarantee proc. So how do we get this one? Risky at 50% natural. So I guess we can use this die as support. Natural outcome. Alright, so we want this at some point input. Very good is the natural outcome here. Okay, very good. So 2 more left here. So him souvenir. Can't do anything with this die. Wait in the next cycle, we're almost there. Okay, we got a good die here. Got a very good die here. So let's just guarantee positive outcome. We gotta get this. So we got here. Oh, let's increase her stress here. Nani? What we got? But what we got? A souvenir. There's an unsettling quiet to the hub units of the facility, a soft silence and blankness every room and a hallway. It is obvious from the number of rooms that a detritus, the scales of the place, that it was built to house hundreds, maybe thousands of the people. Perhaps it did. Perhaps at the height of the Solheim control of the system, those rooms were filled with life. What kind of life would it be, sir? Maintaining and running a secret installation inside a distant rock? No sun to speak of, no outside beyond the vast caverns that surrounds you. An eternal dark, punctuated by the flashes of artificial light. And yet, even in such places, lives grown. You know that yourself from being a sleeper, from your work among other sleepers in the most wretched and distant corners of the surrogate systems. Even in the endless dark, people find a way to live. Come, take a look at this. Junie is searching on her own. A few rooms away, you glide through an open doorway into the living room with the crouches meant for the zero-G use. A magnetic table and a window that looks out of the irregular constellation of red lights that describe the limits of this world. The genie is holding an object that makes you stop still and stare, blinking at what seems like an unusual reversal of scale. It is a model, you realize, of the Reek. Not your Reek, obviously, but a Reek. Of the MEV Reeks class, of the plague on the base tells you. Mobile extraction vehicle. Ginny follows your eye to the plague. The Reeks class? She frowns. Seriously? That's why we call them Reeks? She laughs, the noise bouncing back hard and cruel in the empty room. What does the Reeks mean anyway? She signs. It has a Solheim mystery. You look at the model, still fascinated by the senior ship rendering in such careful detail. You try to imagine what this model meant to those who lived here. A child's toy? A meaningless corporate kick-knack? The model's purpose remains opaque. There were so many of those flying around the system before the collapse, you know. The Junior turns the model over in her hand. The Solheim used to rent them out to colonists. I've seen the records. That's what they did here. They claimed the system, then rather than exploit it themselves, they provided goods and service to those who would. The workers paid for transit to the system, then accommodations, equipment, and access to the mining claims. Other corps like XPR or Neurovent paid Solheim to access this closed market, to provide other services. Meanwhile, Sibele paid even more to test terraforming techs in the system. They built massive projects here, rich from work they only facilitate but never undertook. But then they collapse it. Yeah, that's what happens when you are built on other people's work. A few high-profile accidents, malfunctions, and the exodus begins. When it starts, the shareholders lost trust and the Junior turns squint on the window. Here we are at the far end of it. So you still don't know like her true motivation behind like being so interested in the Solheim tech. I mean, Sophia sounds like pure curiosity, like she's a history geek. Nerd. Here, Junior turns and hands you the rig model. A gift. You take it and turn it over in your hands. You see something on the base, some words scratched in the you can't read. You run your fingers over them, touching the past. That's the closest thing to the treasure I think I return out up here, Junior signs. The people who worked this place didn't have much to their names, it seems. And what little they did have, well, Solheim owned that too. She leads you out of the habit unit. Passing countless doors, some sealed, some open, that leads to countless rooms, where the countless employees live lives, or try to, in the shadow of the Solheim. Like it or not, this is what made the Helion system, what built the decaying structures you cling to as they orbit the stars. What the legacy means now in a decision every resident of the Star Belt has to make. It is the decision. Okay. Crisis event, 1 per cycle. So we just hung the door here. Alright, I use this die. There we go. Easy job. Done. Junior removes her cable from the data core port. She looks up from the boxy piles of hardware, ones that wouldn't fit inside any ships short of the freight, and stares at the doomed silent above. An oculus at this apex letting a shaft of light into the hell. It's a grand piece of architecture for what amounts to a massive piece of data storage, but the Solheim have always did a sense of a grandeur when it came to its projects. Why should a secret signal monitoring facility be any less opulent than its other buildings? Did you look everything? Did you find anything good? Hard to tell. She squints at the vast data core. There's too much in there. I barely scratched the surface. We'll only know what's really there when I have time to process it. We should go, Juni sighs. I'm not sure how the Wardens will react. She looks back over the shoulders of the vast core. I don't think we'll be left back in to get more. As if listening for its name, the Warden suddenly appears on one of the pedestals. It stares statuesque across the hall, its eye line way above your head. Officer Dahl. Its voice sounds strange now, stretched, drawn out. I have detected inconsistencies in the central data core. I believe there's maybe unauthorized access. The junior looks at you nervously. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will investigate when I can, but for now, my guest and I, she looks at you, have to depart. The warden flickers. The warden bends and warps. The warden scratches the pearls for digital noise. Of course. The warden's voice is still broken, still slowed. I hope you enjoyed your visit to this facility. Junior looks up at the building statue. Something is moving inside it, making its skin, if it has a skin, been bent away from his body. Wait. You wait, floating there in the dust. Junior approaches the pedestal. Officer Dahl, can I ask when you will return? The warden blinks in the wide eyes. The facility has been idle for many cycles, and without reactivation, we may face further difficulties in its maintenance. The warden pulses, has been so long. Watch. You watch as Junior approaches the pedestal. I don't think I will be able to return. I'm sorry, Warden. The warden flashes red for a moment so small that you could almost believe you imagined it. This is as I expected, Officer Dahl. The warden is still now. Its lips no longer moving as they speak. Its chest no longer moves to emulate breeze. It is a statue. Thank you for your honesty. It has been an honor to serve you. I recommend you leave swiftly. With that, the warden blinks out. Yuan Junior kicks off from the ring outside the core and rises up towards the spire you enter through. Dude, like, I feel bad like leaving this lonely AI down there all alone for so many thousands of cycles. As you do, you watch a few of the red lights embedded into the framework of the caverns flicker. Junior turns to you as you access through the dark. Do you think the warden's a sentinel? I mean, as a sleeper, maybe you... She goes quiet. I thought you might know. It could have become sentient, like that machine on Solheim ship. Since the collapse? Is it possible? I suppose with no oversight from Solheim technicians, the protocol could develop some rudimentary learning skills. She pauses. Seems unlikely Scum learn to think so. She looks up to the approaching spire. Eugene waiting for you in the exit spire. Let's bury this coffin. Eugene cycles the airlock and he goes through. Now it's two suits and a helmet, ascending the sealed spire. As you do, you look out of the viewing windows and something catches your eye. The ring's red lights and those a few left on the inside the cavern are turning off, layers by layer. You turn to Juni, but she's already looking out on the opposite side. The warden's shutting it all down. The genie pauses. She's ending it. Yeah, she just committed suicide, dude. You have to force the hatch back open at the top, and by the time you do, the spire is dark inside. The pristine walls no longer lit. You come out of the canvas of stars, an impossible number of them, spreads out in every direction. You take a moment to look at them. After being tucked away in the bunker, they seem impossibly bright and impossibly beautiful. You glance across the genie and see she is looking at the stars too, absorbing the light as if going so my lift her out of this time and into another one, where things were different. So, yeah, this is the Solheim bunker, we already did it, right? The facility already got everything out of here. South. The contract concluded. So Seraphim settles the rig at Holmes Rock. The old Solheim arrays glint in the sun. Looking out of the station, you suddenly remember the model Junior gave you, and you take it out of your pocket. Seeing it in the full light, you notice it's made from a cast metal, surprisingly detailed and robust looking. Well, look at that! The Seraphim glides over. It's a mini rig. You let him take it. He turns it over in his hand, looking at it. What a find! He gazes at the model ship. What are you going to do with it? Mount it on your console? Keep it by my bears? I'm not sure. Yeah, Seraphim looks at the moment longer. Got to be something worth doing with a model like this. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe you let me look at it sometimes, huh? He gives it back and glides out of the cockpit. Slipper! Ginny puts a hand gently on his shoulder. You turn to see her smiling a rare smile. Thank you for going out a limb for me. I know that wasn't the most profitable job, but what we found... I'll be thinking about it. Well, ever. I managed to extract some data that you can use, and I'm going to search through everything we pulled out of the bunker. The junior looks down. I want to show you it was worthwhile. It is. It was worthwhile. She nods. I'm glad you think so. I also start seeing where to find the kinds of tools I need to work with data like this. Her smile is fading already, replaced with the familiar, determined stares. We can't let it go to waste. But my deck is not going to be enough. The dark side might be the only option. It's the biggest remaining Solheim facility in the belt. She sighs. I look into it. It's a way. Thanks for bringing me with you. I'm glad to be part of this. The smile returns for as long as you have me. She looks away nervously, and then, before you can respond, she's gone. Off to find a corner of the ship where she can dig through the data she pulled from the past in order to build a better future. Okay, so the master gig completed, and we have 4 points now. And with these 4 points, I finally can put some points in the endurance. So it's not gonna give me like any boost, but when you have like 6 die, right? But when we have 6 on a die, I mean, to say, we're not getting any like negative result from this. So right, so it's just getting me a square, right? As much as I want to get the plus to here for interface, for example, just having this not negative result, utilizing my 6 die to the fullest, it's worth taking it. So we didn't need this. Okay, we did found actually extra Solheim data here. First of all, and foremost, let's refuel and resupply here. Refuel, resupply. Where was supplies here? Scraps. Okay. Were the supplies here? Okay, buy a meal, supplies, like 60 Korea. That's a little bit too much, but we're good. So let's see what we have in the sealed bay. Alright. Decryption. You drum the lockpick system and data, and it gives an unsealing the door you are in. All fabricator, decaying neo Wayne's printer. Okay, there's a faded old neo Wayne printer in the bay. Feeding this data should authorize the component's vending process. This coloring machine is corroded, all collapsing. It only has a few printed left before it's just a pile of scrap. So, but what is gonna be printing? Print component. You mean like component like this? Like rare component? Or just scrap? Okay, scrap components. Well, rare components is good if I get one. But if we don't know what else we can use the Solheim data for, maybe there's a fuzzy use for this, so I'll be okay on my components here. Even the scrap components are still components. So I'm not gonna be utilizing them anyway. I think that there is nothing else to do for me on this place. Like nothing else. We can try to do this risky job here. 6 cryo plus energy. I can do this. 9. Right, so there was this another job here, opportunity. Like this one. Here endurance. Here 50. There's no reason to risk. No biscuit for this. Get 6 natural outcome. So I don't want to stay too long here. So nothing to do. Nothing to earn money from. Other than loose actually. So try to get to the spring, wellspring here. So we have that sister quest. Yeah. It requires 6 fuel. Seraphim! The shot echoes through the ship, reaching you in the cockpit. You see the angle of the Seraphim's hand change, but he does not respond otherwise. Stay out of it. You stay silent, this doesn't concern you. Seraphim! You recognize the voice now, it's Bliss. A moment later, they come into the cockpit. Is no one listening? They look between the two of you. I guess it means one of you is guilty. The Bliss shakes his head. Come on, you need to see this. You follow the irritated Bliss through the ship, down into the cramped storage unit, tucked between the main ship and the hull. As you enter, you are greeted by the total chaos. Amber globes of liquid ration float in the air and cling to the wall, while chunks of dried food spin slowly, breaking into crumbs. I was wondering why we're missing a supply here. So there's something happen. See? Bliss fumes. Someone opened up one of the supply crates and left it like this. They pointed to the crate in the storage. Netted it was the lid pushed open. You look at the mess spilling out from the crate. Who could have done this? Inspect the remains. I never get the positive outcome in this event so far. You take a moment to pick through the food and find a torn open bunch of liquid rations. You turn it in the light and see the set of evenly spaced gashes at the edge. Looking at the chaos, it's hard to imagine a person doing this, especially one of your crew. We have some rats on the ship, chat. I mean, this is a ship, right? Every self-respected ship need to have rats on it, yeah? This, by the way, we didn't finish with a rat game yet, the Tales of Iron. We've killed the final boss, but there is still 20% of the game to go through. The Bliss puffs out their cheeks. I need a break from this ship. They look at you. Help me tidy this up. You spend the rest of the journey packing the crate away and disposing of the spoiled supplies. But as you do, you can't help but wonder what has actually happened here. When you are finished, you take one last look around the storage bay. As you gaze around the now cleared space, you have the same feeling of being observed by the unseen eye as you felt in the tunnels of Holmes Rock. Oh, okay, so that's something that just like jumped into me. Something meaty in Holmes Rock, right? That was the rat. And I guess if you had a positive outcome over here, or in the home system, you maybe like could expose it, where it's like really is. Dude, like, whole ship of rats. Wonderful. There's more lost. Nani? As he brings the ship to the Wellspring docking ring, you notice a rare tension in Seraphim piloting. He jerks the stick a little too hard while the docking bridge extends, and the proximity alarms goes off. He curses under his breath. Relax, it'll be okay. I've docked the ship 100 times, Sleeper. He keeps his eyes on the monitors. I am relaxed. That's not what I mean. The Seraphim doesn't respond, but you see him grip the rig's controls a little tighter. As the ship stops, the docking bridge connects. You lean forward and look out of the cockpit window, trying to get a good view of the icy surface of the Wellspring below. The harsh, gleaming ice gives way to the steep side of the cut. The asteroids are one city. It glows and steams with the worms, and peering down into it, you cannot see the bottom. Beyond, along the horizon, you see the traces of the Pissard, where the current extraction efforts must be taking place. You see the terraces pitched. Oh my god. Right. The Seraphim runs the shutdown sequence and unclips from his seat. He turns back to you, a flinty look in his eye. I'm going to head down to the cart. I got a few leads to follow up on. You get the sense he isn't asking for permission. Let me help. You can check out the city if you want, but I'm not following along, Sleeper. This is my trail to follow. Before you can respond, he pushes past and glides out of the cockpit. You turn and watch as he pushes past Bliss in the doorway. I missed something? The Bliss shoots you a look. He seems even more irritable than usual. He's looking for his sister. The Bliss raises an eyebrow. Family trouble? That's explain the irritation level. I would recommend... They zip up the jacket. We go after him before he pushes past someone that pushes back. Agreed. I wonder like what happened. So like we have rats on the ship now, and we didn't were observant enough to spot them, and now we're just losing supplies. Oh, this will be pretty bad. Do we have like another opportunity to find those rats? Or do something about them? See you down there. At least Lane's unlikely to come out here to pick up a fight with the Logic Syndicate. The Bliss shrugs. They turn and head towards the airlock, whistling softly as they do. The agent comes out of the side door as the Bliss passes. He stretches and squints at you. Permission to find a bar down there? He grins. Just joking, I know I don't need to ask. He winks and follows Bliss. I'll wait with the ship. The junior voice echoes through the thin interior walls of the corridor. I've got a caravan to catch up to on. She pauses. There's nothing older than 1,000 cycles on that snowball anyway. The Wellspring at the base of the Logic Syndicate. As you look out across the icy surface, you remember Malik, the captain whose ship you saved, and for whom you surveyed the ice asteroid. You also remember how he promised to repay you for your actions should you ever cross paths again. Perhaps Wellspring is a good place for you to make that happen. After all, if Seraphim's sister is here, surely the Logic Syndicate would be the best place to find her. Wellspring can't? Dude, it's my supplies. Stupid rats. Oh, this is a big thing. Wellspring pithead. Ice extraction facility. If the Logic Pass, like any of the workers of Syndicate's members carry, you should be able to gain access. Okay, we don't have this one. I click the local, I don't have engaged. The cart is filled with the lotic workers, which make for a brush and a bold atmosphere. You need to be the same if you want to explore. In the cart, a dirty, wet, and thriving. The cart is a layered industrial city that is as intimidating as the inhabitants. How can the lotic comes? Surely you could wonder, but the lotic syndicate surrounds this place. Surely you can learn everything you need to know by turning into the charter. It's a dangerous job, so which is mean natural outcome is will be bad for me. Could be stressful, but a good thing we have a 100% positive outcome of this. Nice. 3 dice with 6 rolled on it. No challenge. Amazing! To think this place supplies most of the belt's water. The Bliss looks across the cat water at the workers in the distinctive yellow gear. No wonder the syndicate surrounds us like a corporation. You look at those gathered in the low ceilinged bar, gathered around cushioned couches and low magnetic tables. Their voices bounced off the metal balls. All of them wear lotic clothing, and mark of their stats as the contractors for the belt's most powerful syndicate. At the far side of the bar, you spot Eugene. Perched at the magnetic table with a bunch of the miners. He appears to be playing some kind of the local dice game. Although, given the amount of the alcohol involved in it, it's hard to tell if gambling or drinking is the focus. You look back at the Bliss, who's watching another group, quietly discussing something serious in the opposite corner. Yeah, Lotic gets the job done. The Bliss turns back to the bar and slips the drink through a metal straw. Well, that's the thing. I've been looking around Chasm Row, searching out components in the market. Down there, people don't seem so happy. The Bliss meets your eye. There's a lot of talk of contracts. I've seen Lotic's been looking down on its workers, given the war in the inner system's excuse. They pay with the material straw, swirling the orbs of liquid in the sealed glass. They play with the metal straw, swirling the orbs of liquid in the sealed glass. That's how it's meant to be read. The pressure is building up, Slipper. We shouldn't hang around here much longer. They sign. We need to give Seraphim time. Well, this raises his eyebrow. It sounds like I'm not the only outsider who's been hanging out in the Chasm Row. I heard someone complaining about the rude young man asking too many questions. The Bliss smiles. Who else could that be? They laughs. That's the place to start, if you want to find our boy. They say that he was asking about the Ream market, but I have no idea what that is. The Bliss look out across the bar. Definitely a touchy subject for a local store. I'll head there now. Bliss notes. I'll finish my drink. They smile. Let me know how it goes. You leave the cut water, shouldering your way through the crowds of boisterous contractors. There's a conspiratorial mood in the conversation now that the Bliss have mentioned it, and you wonder what all the talk is about. Well, we need to get my fuel and supplies back, by the way. You heard a bellowing laugh from Eugene as you slip out of the door. Better leave him out of it. You feel the sudden cold as you leave the steaming bar and enter one of the icy passages cut into the asteroid itself. All this water in the hands of a single syndicate. If something goes wrong here, the bell will die of thirst long before the war reaches it. You turn up the collar of your jacket against the cold and head for for the chasm roll. Okay, so we get to the bar. Okay, right. Chasm roll. The bar, so we can get some food here. Buy a meal. Gotta water sheep, so we don't have an gauge for this. So buy the fuel, yes, please. Deport shift. So there's no supplies as of yet. A hidden ream? Okay, supply. There's supplies. Never mind. There's supplies. The Blizzard Seraphim was hunting for the rhyme market. Whatever it is, you'll need to get to know the area and its hidden ways to find it. It's risky, but risky means that we can roll the natural outcome. Just okay. Negative outcome. Our negative outcome is also work, but we just lost some money. Positive, we need to rest here. We're out of the dice. Out of the good dice. Okay, so there's nothing still in my supplies here. That's good. Positive. Natural outcome. Do we just roll this dice for guarantee outcome here and keep this 5 for something different? There we go. The markers of chasm roll has become familiar in the past cycles. They steaming. Orange-lit depths, the persistent condensation on each unit's windows, the gleam of the amber worker suits, each contributing to the particular atmosphere of the buried city. But among these, you have noticed other details too. The freelance crew on the hunt for illicit tech, the conversant workers who drop to the whisper when you pass. The light flickers up through the floodgates, suggesting even deeper layers. There are the details you have followed to the rhyme market, a place discussed in hushed tones, in a dimly lit rooms, and as you drift towards what you know to be one of its entrances, the doors burst open in front of you. A large dark bundle glides out of the door and impacts the metal walls of the passage with the echoing bang. But your eyes are drawn by the imposing figure that hovers in the doorway, bracing himself on the frame. Stay out of the rim marker, rat! The man sends an orb of speed spinning after the bundle. Kirk? So that's not the guy we met on Hexaport, nope. The bundle unfolds, and you suddenly recognize Seraphim. Winded, but straightening up to go back for more. Stop him. Don't have engaged, huh? What's going on? The man turns toward you as he shots, and Seraphim sees the opportunity, kicks on hard, flying into them with a swinging fist. The two tumbles in the fury of blows, slamming into the door frame until the man gets his legs between him and the Seraphim kicks him into the wall. Seraphim hits hard and floats away, a few crimson bubbles of blood drifting from his bust lip. Go to the Seraphim. You glide over to Seraphim as he shakes himself awake. You put yourself between him and the figure. Know when you are beaten, rat. The man calls out. It's time to go home and lick your wounds. The Seraphim exhales in frustration, his anger fading, replaced by the tinged in pain and his injuries. He watched a perfectly round blob of blood form at the bottom of his nose. Want to explain what's happening? For the record, the man folds his arm. This one started it. He looks between the two of you, snooping around our meeting like a rat. You see his sharp eyes recalculating the situation since your arrival. I wasn't snooping. I'm looking for someone. Seraphim glares. If you had taken a minute to talk to me before throwing a punch, maybe you would have got that. The man scratches his beard, squinting at Seraphim. Say I believe you. What were you doing in the meeting then? Missing persons ain't our business. All I heard is that it's where the Lottie contractors meet, Seraphim signs. I don't like you hearing that, not at all. And I'm going to need to ask you who told you that later. He straightened up. But yeah, this is where the contractors meet. And if that's anything to you. The person I'm looking for is a contractor. Seraphim, frustration arrests the band. She used to carry the name Lass. He paused, desperation entered his voice. Please, I think she might be my sister. Something changed in the man's stance. He holds up a massive hand to silence Seraphim and look down the passage in the both direction. Not here. He retreats to the door. Get in. As you both enter, he reaches past you and slams the metal door behind, spinning the locking wheel with the one hand. I'm Kirk. The crown's pointing at himself with a sick thumb. Contractors are my concern, but if Lottie catch us discussing contractors out here, he shakes his head. He turns and leads you down the passage. You pass an open door, and you glances inside to see a group of gathered in a circle. All of them is workers' classes. They are speaking in hushed voices. One of them exchanges a note with a Kirk. Let's not interrupt the meeting anymore, shall we? He glares playfully at Seraphim, who remains silent. The Kirk leads you to the side of the massive vertical metal pipe, with a row of holes cut in the side. He beckons you both inside. You descend through the pipe in silence and darkness. Suddenly, you came out through the ceiling of the wide and low hall. As far as you can see, crooked stalls and a makeshift shelters dot the grilled floor, lit by the scavenged lanterns and the light strips. Steam drifts up through the grates, concealing the room so that you cannot see the walls. Welcome to the Rhyme Market. The Kirk's gesture a sick hands at the ramshackle interior. Lottie don't know about this place. He smiles. Let's get a drink. He leads you off to nearby stalls with a set of improvised stools welded to the floor in front. He hooks his legs onto one, and you and the Seraphim follows you. He holds up 3 fingers to the stall's owners, and a drink in a straw-pierced bucket is handed to each of you. The Seraphim looks skeptically at the drink. We friends now or something? Look, Kirk takes a sip. I'm not going to apologize for putting your on your arse. That's on you. But like I said, I represent contractors. And if someone is part of the family, well, he shrugs his massive shoulders, then they deserve to be heard out at least. That's the Seraphim speak. So you know who we're looking for? Lass, he said. I know a Lass, sure. Describe her. Kirk leans back on his stool. I'm not giving you anything more until you prove she's your sister. The Seraphim closes his eyes. Dark hair, used to wear it long and messy. Bright eyes, broad shoulders. You see a little twitch around his eyes and his curls. Tough but kind. Tattoos. A nervous laugh. He opened his eyes and glares at Kirk. That's enough? Kirk sniffs. Yeah, that's her. You feel something jump in Seraphim, and almost imperceptible tension rising. It's her, his sister. Thus, Kirk speaks slowly, drinking in between. Whatever her real name is one of the contractors here. She's part of the most recent contract Lotic registered. That means... Just tell me what she is, where she is, the Seraphim demands. His impatience getting the better of him. As I was saying, the Kirk gives Seraphim a pointed look. Those new contractors are restricted to the P said. In fact, that is what we were discussing when you interrupted our meeting. The Seraphim looks away in frustration but holds his tongue. Since the war, the Lotic Syndicate has been trying to lock down a wellspring. They went from a loose association of mining groups to an autocracy, and started enforcing contracts with some serious, overreaching terms. Your sister? She's one of those contracts. The Lotic are acting like they own her and others because, according to the contracts, they do. Which is exactly what we want to do something about it. This cycle, he forcefully taps the bar with a finger. We are voting on strike, action and a full blockade of flotsam. We will bring the syndicates to the table too. The Seraphim knocks his drink away and kicks off from the table, disappearing into the market. Go after him. You can shove the Seraphim into the bustle of the Rim market, among the steam and crowds. I can't have been the only one who saw his pinch coming at miles off. The Seraphim is bristling with anger. What kind of idiots does he think we are? We should go back. No way! Seraphim glares at you. You heard the guy. He was about to recruit us for his great crusade against the Syndicate. The Seraphim starts to push through the crowd towards the exit tunnels. I'm not one tool, and you shouldn't be either, Slipper. He shelves his way forward. We don't need to get tied up in this. We just need to get her out. The Seraphim forges on ahead, and you get caught in the crowd behind him. As he disappears from view, a heavy hand falls on your back. I want to help you, Slipper. The Kirk's bright eyes meet yours. The Syndicates will do nothing for him or for you, trust me. But I need your help in return. Well, I do want to help, but... Right, yeah. He's definitely trying to use us. As the Seraphim pointed out. So what to do? We still have our contact with Malik, basically, but we never met the guy. So there could be some answer there. So I do want to help. Good. Kirk nods. I knew you would. The Kirk places a plastic pass card into your hand. It's glint with the marks of the Lotic Syndicate. A blurry ID photo laminated into the transparent interior. This will get you in the pit head. You can see for yourself what happened in there. Don't follow your friend to Lotic. Go to the pit head, find Last yourself. He meets your eyes. When you do, come back to me and we can discuss how to free her and everyone else like her. If you go to Lotic, if you meet with them, I can help you. He releases your forearm and drifts back into the crowds, disappearing into the steam and darkness. You float there for a moment, buffeted by the passing people, clashing into the Lotic pass, trying to decide what to do next. So, that's the market, right? So supplies are good on supplies. Buy the scrap components, buy rare components. Oh, so I can buy rare components here. It's 50 Korea. But it's actually cheaper than this, honestly. That's cheaper than this. Right, you need 88 for this? Okay, you need 100 for this. Actually, it's not cheaper. Okay, this is 88, this is 100 to repair one die. Maybe I didn't need to buy this. But we have 4, and we need, yeah, well, okay. Map, there's no map data here. So we have find the sister. Travel to West Spring, find Seraphim, find Lass or meet with the Lotic. This is where we can find the Lass here, right? Or we can go and meet with the Lotic over here. Negotiate a meeting. Okay, so we can't really negotiate a meeting here. Seraphim wants to meet with the Syndicate bosses to negotiate his sister release. He needs your help. Syndicate business. Getting a meeting with the higher ranked members of the Lotic Syndicate's challenge, but you aren't giving up. I mean, I'm giving up because I don't even have engage skills for this. Alright, so like, despite we have like maybe some inside helper. Is it Malik guy that we help? Right, but yeah, we don't have a skill to do this. We'll try to access this one. New location is Skyward. Wellspring Shafts. Ice Mine. So join the worker crew. The best way to find Lass will be to infiltrate the works crew and gain access to the deep part of the mine. But it's dangerous and need endurance. This shaft is a constant flow of contractors, but you're determined to find Lass among all of those faces. A risky input. Finding Lass. The mine is vast space, filled with the workers, but with the patience and care you can find Seraphim's sister. You know it. I mean, we don't have a good dice here. This one 50-50, yeah? But 50-50, even if you run getting this natural outcome is okay. Way better than getting this dangerous outcome. And we did get natural outcome. Okay, we need to rest. Canteen. Using your pass, you can sneak into the canteen and get some free food, but you better be careful. Canteen done. Your Lotic pass isn't actually yours, and if they find out that you won't be able to be here anymore. 50-50. So I can get free food. Cool, cool. Need to rest. So our first cycle here, so we have 2 cycles at least before they started to trying to do something. Okay, not a very good dice rolls here. They can't really negotiate meetings. So riskier. Negative outcome, Starren. 25%, but that's fine. Just gonna go and buy some food. Buy a meal 18. That's expensive. The meal here is bloody expensive. Come on, 50 positive outcome. Natural. Negative outcome, fuck. Natural outcome. Do I want to get this 50-50? Negative. No free food for me, yeah. This is like sinkhole of resources. I should like stay like bounce between the previous two systems to get more cash. I thought like 500 was enough. Doesn't feel like now, because I thought we can get a good job like everywhere we go. Apparently not. Oh my god! Look what the dice. You can't do much with this dice, yeah? Need to eat, because any negative outcome here would be pretty bad for me, yeah? 345. Dude, like, I roll 3 times neutral outcome in 50-50% thing. And roll like so many negatives too. It's not funny at all. Yeah, now we run. This is the last cycle I can like stay. Okay, wait. I actually just noticed we don't have the bar. Oh, we don't have the peruse bar, right? Nobody actually looking for me, yeah? Oh fuck, really, yeah? Okay, so this is gonna guarantee open this. The shaft descends towards sumps in the depths of the pit. Here, the air is freezing cold. To prevent the ice from melting into the globes of the floating water. If your breath carried a water, you would be able to see it in the air, but the absence of steam in each exhalation only serves to remind you of your own strangeness. Not that anyone else noticed. The workers' heads are low, the eyes fixed on their work, shuttling chunks of ice and tools up and down the shaft. At the end of the nearby tunnels, you see the bright sparks of ice cutting in progress, slumps of hanging in the air in that strange way they do in Zero-G. Some loose memories of the time before dark sides, before Elaine, before freedom, comes to your mind. The familiarity of the cold, the sparks, the endless toil. It chills you more than the packed ice on either side if you're ever cold. You reach the bottom of the shaft, a metal grill marking the terminus. It squeals as you push open the barred doors set onto it, and safely lights flicker on, lighting and glittering ice particles all around in the hard beams. It is as if all the stars are held here, in this cavern. As your eyes adjust, the massive space comes into focus. It seems to have no ups or downs, just countless dark shafts and terraces pits cut into the side. All around, silhouettes by the work's light, contractors cut the hole and gather. This is where those locked-in workers are being held, caught in the contract clause that permits an endless shift. The atmosphere is grim. At the center of the cavern floats a construction of welded together habitation units. A heavy twist of cables stretches from this improvised structure past you and up the shaft behind, tethering it to the central power source. On each of the 6 sides of the strange apartment blocks, a set of struts projects outward, bracing the construction against the cavern's walls. The block itself is warped in insulation, clad in protective plates. It glows through the small apertures and lights. You approach the nearest entrance. Everything's beaten by rust, by decay. If the bars on the entrance weren't a clear enough indicator, it is obvious now that this place is a prison. The door scissors open, letting out a blast of warm air. You quickly duck inside and it seals rapidly behind you. The cramped interior passages glows warmly, but its ragged condition keeps it from feeling cozy. You follow the corridor, duckling beneath hanging wires and loose installations. This is where you were told you will find Ilyas, or whatever her real name is. You come out into communal mass, counters and food preparations until fitted into the walls, cushions, stools, and couches scattered around. A couple of contractors are stretching out in the space, one of them snoring loudly in the corner, another sipping from a food packet on a stool. Suddenly, a door on the far side opens out to the cavern, letting in a fury of ice shards, and it quickly becomes scattered orbs of water. You watch the figure as it glides into the warm light of the interior. With their dark hair and bright eyes, and know this is who you are looking for. Well, they look alike like a seraphim. You met eyes with her, and something sparkles in that dull and cloying room. It is as if she's recognized you. Sleeper? She looks in the haze, her hair stuck to her forehead with a sweat, her eyes still adjusting to the interior. I've been looking for you. I'm with your brother. My brother? She frowns. You see her scoundrel taking in your clothes, the way you hold yourself, your face. For a moment you feel exposed, aware of your damaged vinyl skin, your industrial markings, your doll-like features. You feel the familiar sense of being objectified, but also something warmer below it, a recognition of what you are. She blinks, exhales, and shakes her head, realizing she's mistaken. Give me a second, alright? I just finished cutting 100 cubic meters of ice. She pulls back her hood. Haven't seen you down here before. They just contract a year or something? The tension drops, but you get the feeling she isn't quite looking at you. She crosses to a food unit and pulls out the packets, slotting it into the warmer. She stumps it on. First slippers I ever seen in a long while. She doesn't take her eyes off the slowly warming food. You'll do okay down here. I know you folks are tough and stick with the job. That's good. The rest I can show you once I've eaten. She laughs a little to herself. I'm with your brother. I'm not here to work. I know the feeling, but if you are on a contract, they got you. She pauses, her eyes not leaving the warmer. You get used to it. It's a little difficult at first, but you will. You're not listening. She turns to face you, and you see a red shine to her eyes. What are you going about? You realize what you need to tell you. The seraphim is on a wellspring. The vermin seems to let her know the food package is ready, but she doesn't seem to notice. Seraphim? She takes a ragged breath, then steadies herself. Here? Not here, at the gut. She nods, and then shakes her head. Well, if you trust you with his name, I guess I should trust you with mine. She comes closer. I'm Tala. She smiles a warm smile. Now, where's my idiot brother? I'll take you to him. She laughs nervously. Sorry, this is not what I was expecting on my lunch break. Tala suddenly seems to take on some energy. She glances towards the corridor behind you, and the door at its end. I'm sure hope you have a plan, Slipper, because they do not want us locked-in contractors getting out. She moves towards the corridor. There's security in the shaft, and then again at the pithhead. He must have passed through the checkpoints at the entrance too. I doubt we can bypass all of those. She turns back, grabs her food packets, smiles at you, and shepherd's you towards the corridor. You could run a distraction maybe, Or is Sarah on that already? You're slightly taken aback by the sudden change. We going to have to. A blaring alarm sounds inside the habitation module, loud enough to wake the sleeping contractors with a start. You and Taylor exchange glances. Surely this can't be for you. Probably not, we don't even ask for it. The teller rushes down the corridor and tears. I need a moment, be back right away. I'm back, so congratulating. The teller rushes down to the corridor and tears open the door at their far end, with you following close behind, the eyes scatters, glittering in the interior light. The chaos is in the chaos. You see the dark-suited Olotic security wrestling with contractors, little bit of flash red alerts. More contractors are coming in through the doors in the grill you entered from, carrying bulky equipment. The equipment is blaring out of voice. A Kirk's voice, echoing around the cavern. A look of panic across Stella's face. A general strike is now in effect. All contractors should down the tools and hold in place. Extraction will cease until our terms are met. The Kirk's voice distorts and shifts. We'll have blockaded all traffic to and from the wellspring. We'll seek the resignations of the syndicate's leaderships and for a new workers' council to be installed in its place. This cycle, we will shut down the shaft. Any workers not willing to strike should leave now. There is a screech of a noise and the message is being repeated. He watches the security are pushed back towards the grill, outnumbered by the gathered workers. Tyler looks at you for guidance. Now is our chance. Tyler looks around the caverns, the red light reflecting in her eyes. She sighs, I need to stay. I won't abandon the others. What about Seraphim? Tell my brothers what's happening. Tell him I'm not leaving until all of us are free. Tyler backs away, glances over his shoulders at the others. You see them gathering at the tools, and taking them to be locked away in the hub module. I need to see this through, Sleeper, and you need to go. Find Seraphim, do what you can from out here, help us change this place. And with that, she turns and glides off towards the others. Oh man, I don't feel like this is gonna be ending very well. She had her chance to just escape, but I mean, she's abandoned her family for her co-workers. I mean, I do understand they became like family, but well, there are some priorities to be made. You turn and head for the grill, and as quickly as you can. The way now cleared by the contractors, the handful of Lotic security pushes back up to somewhere near the pit head. As you ascend, other contractors shooting you dark looks as you do. You realize you have to speak with Kirk. You find Kirk at the pit head, directing contractors to barricade the entry points to the mine. So, you took my advice good, Kirk smiles. We're glad to have your honest ally here, Sleeper. You could have warned me. The entirety of the wellspring is at stake here, Kirk shakes his head. This is not about individuals. The syndicate was arrogant. They did not believe we could do this. The Kirk's gesture towards the contractors a welding pass across the checkpoints. But we outnumber them. Their monopoly ends here. So why do you do this? This won't work, you know. You have not even been a Wellspring long, Sleeper, so I will forgive you for that. He missed your eyes. This has to work. We cannot continue with how things have ended up here. I mean, like, you know, this is the totalitarian type of rule. This is like striking not gonna work, dude. Neither becoming, like, you know, the Gears lead you a little way away from the contractors. If you want to free those like Seraphim's sister, I will need your help. We have ships, but not many, and the Syndicate still has tankers in operations. Our blockade is not complete. The debris field between here and the far spindle remains open. We need another tanker to occupy it and dissuade the Syndicates from trying to pass. All of our ships are in use, but your ships and your crew could help us take a tanker and secure the blockade. I am not a mercenary, you know. This will not be an assault. The Gears put a hand on your shoulders. The tanker, the Headstream, has been held outside Wellspring for many cycles. The crew is tired and sympathetic to our cause. We'll just give them a nudge. Your ship will oppose us in distress trapped inside the debris field. When the Headstream is obliged to rescue, we'll board and encourage the crew to take control. So, like, you mean this sounds like a piracy, dude. I don't like the look in his eyes either. So you want to incite the mutiny? Trust me when I say that the captain does not deserve his charge. This is liberation. The Gears folds his arm across his chest. Will you do it? I'll consider it. I need to talk with the crew. Consider your option carefully, Sleeper. He smiles. Do you think the Syndicates want anything to do with you? They have been watching me, and so they know about you. Suddenly, Kirk puts 2 fingers in his mouth and blasts out a shrill whistle. The contractor quickly approaches with the large box, the front marked by the screens and dials, and the back by the loose cables. You will need this house now, a unit to navigate the debris field. He knows the contractor. The gents here will install it on your ship. Consider it a gift from our cause to use. Okay, so that's a good shit. Has now. He knows once more and the gents passes by you, heading for the lift to the docking rings with your new module. I will provide the Headstream's coordinates. He moves away towards the contractors, still working on the checkpoints, and I will wait for your word. You leave the P-THAAD behind, your mind racing. You do not know how you have ended up in the middle of all of this, but you know that it will be up to you to pilot your way through. I mean, like, we know how we ended up like this. We just didn't have, like, the appropriate skills to talk with the Syndicate directly. That's how. Sleeper! The Seraphim comes up the passage towards you. What's happening? I heard the P-THAAD has been taken over by Kirk's guys. This you realize will take a lot of explaining. So new contract, new location unlocked. The worst of it, we don't have a way to earn some cash here. Not a good way. There's a depot shift. A risky 50% positive outcome. Okay, get some A cryo. That's about all we can handle. This we don't have this engage ability. So I say that engage wasn't that important, but it does look as we do need. So Headstream. The Headstream is holding the debris field on the Syndicate's orders. The Gears believe it's the perfect target for a mutiny if your crew can get on board in Despair 1. Well, we don't have a choice here. We locked myself into this choice, so we're doing this mutiny route. A space pirate in. From a refugee to space pirate. Here we go. So we have this guy, which is like have exactly the same skill set as the Eugene. Alright. We're just getting her. Some hacking. Okay, we have one supplies, dude. Like, I'm losing supplies. I'm fucking losing supplies every time I'm traveling. I'm losing bloody supplies. The space rats gotten me. But Jesus Christ, this is not cool. Not cool at all. The headstream looms large in the cockpit window as it comes to a stop. I can't believe you taking me into this. Talking me into this, Seraphim Science. This is not a good plan. Convincing Seraphim to take Kirk out of this allotic freighter wasn't exactly easy, but with the pith header knocked down, there really weren't any other options. A voice cracked over the Seraphim terminals, loud enough to hurt, but quiet enough that you can't pick on what's been said. What's they saying? The Seraphim glanced back over his shoulder at you. They're telling us to prepare for docking. He swallows nervously and turns back to the console. Good. Keep them talking. You look behind and you see Kirk, floating by the doorway. Seraphim flicks the comms switch and begins speaking with the Lodic ship, syncing them for responding to the distress signal, trying his best to play the part of the nervous trader, suffering an engine failure in the debris field. The Kirk jerks his head for you to follow him into the corridor, and you unclip from your seat and float out behind him. If it's okay with you, I'm going to play the captain on this one. His flat stare suggests he isn't asking for permission. Is it going to work? Kirk shrugs. If he keeps calm and takes it slow, there's nothing to worry about. Let me tell you how this is going to go. He starts moving down towards the airlock, and you follow as he talks. The headstream has been holding here, cycle after cycle, while Wellspring tried to squash out a little rebellion. He smells the idea. Now that the blockade is in effect, well, they know they have a holdout for longer still, while the messages from Lotic operations get less and less frequent. He stopped by the lockers, swapping his Lotic uniform for an old flight jacket. This is a ship full of tired, unhappy, underpaid, and underfed workers. You both arrived at the airlock. We just have to nudge the anger in the right direction. Meaning we do need a communication skill, which I don't have. There's a hiss in the airlock cycles. Lotics are coming aboard. Kirk catches your eye and gives you a wink. The airlock doors scissors open, revealing a drained-looking Lotic captain, flanked by the security officers. Lambert. Lambert, captain of the Headstream. He presents himself immediately, but with a little enthusiasm. We have been in communication with the pilot, and our Dawkins has requested to provide support. He looks between you and Kirk, his eyes lingering on you a little too long. No doubt taking in a strange vinyl skin, dark glowing eyes, and a doll-like face of your frame. He directed his attention to Kirk. How fares your crew? Thank you, Captain. You notice the immediate change in Kirk's, his deflated posture and a soft speech. We are surviving as best as we can, but now that you have come to our rescue, he signed and holds out his eager hands to Lambert. We are very grateful indeed. Lambert limply shakes Kirk's hand. Not to worry. The Lost Syndicates take his stewardship of a Wellspring and the surrounding environments seriously. It is our duty to offer aid to traders and travelers alike. I'm afraid we don't have much to offer by way of supplies. Our stores have been depleted by our long posting here, but your crew is free to enter our ship and make use of its facilities while you make your repairs. The Kirk continues playing the submissive captain, nodding enthusiastically and uttering a steam of a thanks you. You feel like he's pushing it a little bit, so Lambert only seems to be paying the minimal of attention to him. Suddenly, he turns a sharp eye to you. Your pilots didn't mention you had a sleeper aboard. Stay silent. Kirk quickly responds, apologies. They are such a good workers and quiet too. I sometimes forget they are even here. Perhaps, if your ship is in the need of maintenance, you can borrow them for a few cycles. Lambert's eyes you more brazenly now, taking Kirk's leads as a permission to indulge his curiosity. Yes. His eyes trace the tears in the thick skin of your forearm. Perhaps I could be of use to us. Kirk smiles. I will send them to speak with the crew. I'm sure they can direct the sleepers to appropriate task. Oh, they love that, Lambert jokes. They are workishly bunched, this lot. I'm sure they'd be eager to find a slave. The words set you on an edge. Stay silent. We are happy to serve, Kirk bows. After all, we owe you our safety. Very good. The Lambert seems suddenly bored or tired, or perhaps both. Tell your crew they are free to cross the docking tunnels then. He pauses, but reminds them that no funny business will be tolerated. He smiles a sharp smile. I have matters to attend to. Lambert turns, see you later, Captain. And with that, Lambert heads back down the tunnel, still flanked by his two silent security officers. The Kirk waits until he's out of sight to turn to you. Good. He lets out a breath. Well held, Sleeper. I thought from the look in your eyes you were going to knock him out. He chuckles. I know the job. Glad to hear it. The Kirk stares down the corridor. Because this dickhead won't hesitate to cut us loose if the debris in the debris fields if we push him. Trust me. The Kirk squeezes your shoulders. Shall we go meet the crew? See what the opinion are on lawsuit administration. He smiled broadly. With a captain like that, I doubt they'll be very positive. Dude, like, losing resources. Space rats, indeed. Ugh. So again, we missed like two rolls for, or I'd rather say roll negatively and natural. And I think we need to roll like positive at least to find that space rat or space rats colony on my ship. And yeah, no more opportunities so far. Engine room. Dangerous. Nothing spreads discontent more than malfunctioning engines, but you have to be subtle in your sabotage. So mutiny. Headstream mutiny. Turning each section of the crew against the captain is in the job, and isn't going to be an easy one. Engine support. Calling the gallery. The engine's staff of this headstreams are already in doubts about the captain. But I don't have the engage skill, right? Engine room crew are always the worst paid. A little bit of contract discussion should spread discontent. So the mutiny is easy for me to do. Oh, so I've seen, so it's also dangerous. Oh, this is a guarantee proc here. Okay, debate Wellspring. The situation of Wellspring is untenable. You just need to get the now attacks to realize that on the oven. The Headstream mutiny. Okay, well, let's see. So we need navigation support. The navigators are supportive of a Lambert, but less so of logic overall. Falsify the data. Falsify the data system will lead to frustration and mistakes in the breach tanks if you can plan it without being seen. Payloads. Discuss the war. Lotica are trying to profit from the war, and a monopoly on the water. The character crew just need some encouragement to see it. Tempers the payloads. Require endurance. Like, all these dangerous jobs here, and we don't really have much to do with this. So I can try this risky here with him. Natural outcome, operation support +1. Alright. I think as me, I need to concentrate on the engine here. And roll for this guarantee outcome. Oh, so I need to fill this bar here. Oh, that's like quite hard to do. Really quite hard. If you roll in natural, yeah. Payload ops. We can always do roll this dangerous here. Alright. We have 4 supplies here, so we literally have 4 days to do this.
Resident Sleeper LUL Oster 2 greetings Oster 2 Roach.
Resident Sleeper mate, yeah. That's what we are. That's what we are.
Oster
Welcome,
2
mate.
greetings.
Welcome, welcome. We have a space rats and we can't find them. And they eaten my food. I came here with 4 food supplies, but now it's the only 4, and I need to do this job in a rush. Damn these space rats. Natural outcome here. I don't have engaged. So dangerous, but negative outcomes. Natural outcome is bad for me too.
What kind is this game? Space Station Colony.
This game is a visual novel. First and foremost, like it's a really heavily story-rich game, right? So it's basically a book with gameplay actions that depend on your well, risk management, right? So you basically have following a plot when you're escaping. The plot is pretty interesting, so the story is pretty interesting. So you are the robot with a human mind in it. So something like the Soma. Alright, you call it Sleeper, so like a robotic body, but a human mind's inside. And some mafia organization where we're using you, exploiting you for a while, and you finally escape and you get in some human friends and workers here in your crew, and you're just trying to survive. Alright, and get to understand what's going on with your body, because your body was like going through some modifications as well, biological modifications that were pre-programmed by this mafia organization, and it's kind of scared you that the human emotions left in you, the fear is the most prominent of it. And yeah, the settings is happening in the space kind of sector. So the era had this interstellar travels, but your space sector, after some kind of collapse event happened, doesn't have interstellar actions, and it's ruled by the corporation and all of that shit. And well, it's like you still can travel between the planets, the sectors, asteroids, but can't jump out of this hellhole. There is one escape that they heard about, some stranded ship with interstellar engine somewhere, so it's like one way out of this. We're looking for it as well. And the gameplay part of this
sounds more interesting than I thought. Haven't played anything similar.
Yeah, like I say, it's visual novels in the most of part, but there is this part of risk management, and we play in the hardest difficulty, meaning like if we die, and the game over, perma death. So the gameplay is based on a dice roll, right? You have 6 dice here, right? All dice have they own health. If you run out of health of a die gonna be destroyed, and you have like less option to work with. The die can be destroyed when you're gonna get some stress here, alright? So we have some dangerous work over here, for example, alright? We have 50 positive outcome on this work and 50 natural. But if you roll natural outcome here, you're gonna be increasing my stress, overall stress. And when this happen, they have a chance for the low roll dice gonna be breaking, or losing the health. And then we have a favor option. When I break all the die, I die myself. But I also have supplies here that can last me only for 4 days, because fucking space rats. And I need to accomplish like multiple goals on this ship, right? We're basically doing the space pirating right now. They want to cause a mutiny on the ship. Without being discovered at the same time. And we have 4 days to do this. And not a very good outcome for me. So I need to manage this, like I say, my risk management somehow over here. So one thing is, like, I can see of here, if I can use this one somehow. If I can use this one. Roll this negative. And then use my push ability. I can do something with this, with those dice here.
How the heck did rats sabotage this hard?
I don't even know like where I got. Okay, so I know where I got them, but I failed like some dice roll in order to discover these rats.
Sabotage! Sabotage!
Yeah, I just failed to discover these rats, and now every time I travel, doing this like space travels, it's just chewing on my supplies. Well, I mean, I'm calling them space rats. I don't even know what they are, but like, I mean, we are on a space ship, so ship, and every ship have a rats, right? So like, something sabotaged my supplies, and it's not a human. That's what it came to conclusion with my dice roll. But it was like natural outcome, not a positive outcome, so we didn't actually know what it is. Yeah, we're like facing here like some real danger now because of that. Okay, so we need to do something with this 2 die here, and then we can roll for the push ability. Engine room, probably the most like I can do here, but it's a natural outcome here. That's ain't good. Just my crew members can help a little bit, so we can't do anything in the engine room. We can try this one. We can try to do something with this. Alright, it was 50% natural outcome. Natural outcome on the risky action is acceptable. Negative will be pretty bad. Okay, natural. Who? We're good. Now we can go back to the engine room here. And can do the push here. Let's make this die 5. Meaning this is gonna give guarantee results. So now we get a stress. Now we get a stress. And next cycle when we rest on the ship, right? Cycle basically a day. When we well, okay, we don't know if it's a day, but cycle, day for us humans. When you roll the dice here, so every day the die number is gonna be rolling, and anything that roll 1 on it, any dice that roll 1 on it, gonna be losing 1 health. And there's a couple of the die already with 1 health, so get broke right away. Okay, so we but now we have guarantee proc on this, and my ability if is to have a guarantee positive proc will reduce the stress. There we go. So we working towards this engine support, sabotage, to persuade engine crew to mutiny in need. Okay, 50% proc positive. I don't know about this. It's dangerous. We still have her die over here. Okay, 50 natural. Natural's probably okay with me too, yeah? She's gonna go with her stress, and we don't care about her stress. Fuck. Crisis active, upper cycle. Oh. Comes Ray. Risky job. The Headstream crew has started ascending upgrades on a growing tension in the Wellspring. This is trouble. Okay. Get me positive upgrade. Natural cap. Fuck. We need to rest. Rest and see how much of die gonna be ending here. Okay, we have some good die roll here. Can work on that engine. Everything this one is a guaranteed outcome. Guaranteed outcome. Okay, it's a dangerous outcome, but we can take this one. This is better to take this one over here with this sink. Tamper with the payloads. Okay, we gotta go. Guarantee outcome here. 2. And we can use him too for guarantee outcome. Very good. She can't do much here, can she? She can try to roll this like 50-50. And she can roll here 50. Okay, 25 like positive. Okay, let's try it. Just not roll this. Loading stress. Okay, so it does increase this fucking stress if you should roll in an natural outcome. No, that's not good. That's not good. So can I shut this shit out? Natural outcome. Natural outcome. +1, dude. Not shut it out. Shutting up this up. Any clause. We can do some push here, which is 5, and this is a guarantee proc, which is gonna remove the stress. All right. There's another event happening soon. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a good dice. That's a good dice. A very good dice. Like very good dice. She didn't get any good. So But first of all, we can shut down this this shit here. I just use 2 dice over here. Also, I maybe should shut down this one actually. But we have only 2 supplies left, dude. 2 days to supplies and so much things to do here. So the comms card. And I should like use this one for actually like doing something like this here. Right. Now we have 1 die left here. I can risk a stress a little bit. Well, we have 2 more days, and this is not doing any progress here. That's the problem. Even if it's natural outcome, we can raise this alarm here. So I think we just rest in here. I think we just rest in. Yeah, those guys are just not roll any good. One supply. So this one we can roll with this. Right. We can roll with this and that's done. Oh, she had the good rolls here. Okay, she had the good rolls finally. So she can do one of those dangerous things. She's in control. Alright, and we can roll for everything with a 5 here too. But the problem is leaving this one here unattended. Alright. How is it? Oh, it's not that unattended, so... It's almost done here. It's almost done here. So this one, the 5, the danger. So this was the most problematic. And we're actually going okay with this. Guarantee from her, right? There's nothing else I can use her. Engine room, nope. This one, green, nope. So I guess we're doing putting this one over here. Alright, one close. So we can use this this die over here. It's a guarantee proc here. Alright, positive outcome. So there's a mutiny in one part of the ship. So we have like 1 roll over here needed. I mean, I can try to re-roll this natural outcome, so it's actually would be better maybe to roll over here. Even if we roll natural, it'll be good. Alright. Fuck. We rolled negative. Oh. We didn't get a stress saw. But now we have a stress per cycle. The stress beacon, and I can't do any shit about this. So that one almost sealed. This one also requires 3 rolls here. Okay. Yeah, we just rest in here. We're not getting any cavalry yet. We're out of fucking supplies. We're out of supplies. She got a 4 die here. She has 3. So for this we can just go and guarantee a roll here. Nice. For this. Just need 1 roll here. So it's a 50-50. Even if we get like this bad roll here, we're good, right? Maybe we should work on this for danger. So he can try to risky job over here. I just need 1. Yeah. Fuck. Really? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, this is dangerous. Fuck me. Oh fuck me. Oh, this is not good. Because we need to roll positive over here. Otherwise we absolutely fucked. And we not only that, we need to roll positive over here too. I think we need to roll positive on both of this. Yeah, that guy failing the roll was kind of bad, really bad. Cause now we just gonna send fucking distress signal. How did this happen to me? If I turned down... Could be like at the end of the round shot here. No kidding. I mean, I can try to roll this here, for 1. Alright, risky, if I got like natural, we're okay here. In that case, oh, like this is like still a negative here, 50 negative. What about this one? It's also still negative. So if I didn't have this fucking 1, right, I could have pushed it. And this 2 will become 3, and 3 will give me a better chance, 75% chance to roll here, instead of 50. That's how it is. So it's better to use this one, but it's still 2. So what we have is this one. And I also can rest without supplies anymore. Well, it technically can, but they go in the stress signal. Can we shut stress signal and try to reroll the shit here? So this is gonna 100%, gonna 2, right? This is 25%. So we can get this 50%. Like, so we get a guaranteed 2, and then we need 4 dice to roll here. This is 1, right, with her. Another 1. Another 1. Another 1. I think my best attempt is just try to do this, because we're not gonna be rolling 2 dice, like. So stress procures stress, right? And the cycle. So that's what it should do. It should probably try to shut this down, or at least do this here. Okay, if I do this here... Actual outcome. And then I can push my ability here. Push to make this 2. I can push to make this 6. You know, I can just literally push to make this 6. And can guarantee this one action over here. Well, we will say like we can guarantee this one already. Alright, if I push this to make 6, let's guarantee this one. And then we can take this 6 over here, so it'll be guarantee. Alright, I need to remove this 2 too. And what I need a something to use over here. But it's like 50 negative. As it's 50 negative, it's just not gonna happen in. Alright. You're saying not gonna happen. So the best thing we can do is just roll with this. Positive outcome and then starve myself. Actual outcome, so this is gonna get me like 100% proc. Alright, so we shut this one and trying to roll for an else die. With a better outcome. Or I'll try to push over here and make some stress works. Nah. So this one is okay, the risky job. This one is a worry about. The payloads require 6 here. This literally requires 6. Yeah. So 2. She's gonna 50-50 on her. Negative, so she got stress. So that's not gonna work. Negative, I get stressed. That's not good. Fuck. We need to shut this down. Okay. I'm gonna get more stress because I'm starving. And of course this fucking went and broke the die. Of course. Fuck me. But we got a 6 here. And 6 is good. 6 is exactly getting this without any danger. Like, so I can say it's about like risk management. It's about a risk management chart. If we broke all die, we're dead. But this one is... we still can repair when you get back to the station at least. Okay, now we just put it over here. It's 50-50. Whatever happens, it's guaranteed to finish this off. Yeah. Oh, actually this is a guarantee also. Never mind, this is a guarantee. This is a guarantee proc. Ooh. The kids rush into the bay you are crossing. It's all kicking off, Slipper. A wild gleam in his eyes. Lambert's lost control. Guides you through the headstream. As sheep, you have become surprisingly familiar with over the past few cycles. Perhaps it is the influence of getting to know the crew and the companions, complaints around Lambert's and the Syndicate, but it's twisting corridors, sick pipes, And in cold metal have taken an oppressive feel, cycle by cycle, hour by hour. Now, as the shots of the conflicts echo down the corridor ahead, where rooms glows with the warm light of the galley, you feel that the oppressive pall has been scrapped away, replaced with some new and excited quality. Enough! The Lambert shoot echoes like a shot as you enter the crowded gallery. From what you can tell, more than half of the crew have crowded into this space and are clumped around, some perched on the side units. I order you to return to your stations. The Lambert floats slightly above the crowd, his hands held in the gesture of a futile calming, or nervous surrender. You see him glance over his shoulders, and tracing his view, you see a security officer tensely gathered at the back of the room. The Warren Kirk. You turn to Kirk, ready to indicate the masses of security. But you are met with a wide smile that makes you pause. Just wait. The Kirk swings, and you turn to see security moving through the crowd. If you will not return willingly, I will have no other choice but to use the force. The Lambert's voice breaks in anger. Disperse! He watches the guards form up behind the Lambert, and then one moves forward and grabs him, forcing him arm behind his back. The act is met with raucous cheers from the assembled crowd, and a yelp from the Lambert himself. He is forced through the crowd, who parts and jeer, heading directly for the corridor from which you entered. When Lambert is close, Kirk snoots to the security officer holding him, and they stop. Lambert looks up in confusion and stares directly into Kirk's screen. You are officially removed from duty as a captain of the Heartstream on the authority of the Wellspring Workers Alliance. The Kirk's stance is direct and clipped. This is done with the authority of the majority ballots of your crew. The Worker Alliance? You have no authority. You're pirates. I mean, we are. Lambert spits at the Kirks. There's bill consequences. On that we agreed. The Kirks nods to the security officers, and they rush strangling Lambert from the room. The Kirks watch Lambert go, determination set in his heavy brow. I underestimated you. So what will happen to him? Lambert can enjoy the hospitality of his oven brig. The Kirk pats you on the back. We have a celebration to master. Dude, this was the most dangerous mission that I have so far, and we still need to go back to station with zero supplies. The galley erupts in liberated joy. As soon as drinks and food are passed around from a stash, Lambert had been asking the quartermaster to keep back for his own use. You settle on a counter and a look on as the crew celebrates. You watch as the Kirk moves effortlessly through the room, giving and receiving thanks in equal measure. Despite his intimidating appearance, you see in him something softer coming to the surface, something reserved for those he had struggled alongside. Fresh allies are old friends to him. After the celebration have died down, and the crew have retreated to make plans for supporting the blockade, holding out on what they have, Kirk approaches you. Captain Kirk now. Not tossed in the victory, he offers you a transparent bag of ship-brewed moonshine. To the crew of the Headstream, the Kirk smiles. To our comrades. Yeah, this is like how the communists are built. I think it's time we return to Wellspring. He looked off towards the last crew members leaving the room. We're done our job. Say the word. You don't want to stay here? This is their ship, he signed. I need to return to our council. You suddenly notice how exhausted Kirk looks. His eyes dark and hooded. He looks down towards the surface scaffold floor. You did well here. He smiles weakly. You suddenly stir something up. He pauses. I don't want to overthink it. Lambert is right. Retaliation will come. He looks around the room. I hope they will be ready when it does. He signed a heavy sign. The Kirk takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly. The struggle goes on. He pushed off from the counter and headed towards the docking bridge. You take a moment before you follow, your minds drifting into the crew and the struggles they have had. As you do, a small though perhaps unfair part of you sinks. Well, that's life in the belt. Okay, Ralph, we've just almost failed the mission. Almost. We still have the stress and no supplies to go back. Oh well, okay, so we're going back, we reduce the stress here, but we're still starving. Oh, so this starving didn't improve my stress level. Okay. So we just can get back to station, even in starved state, without like consequences. That's good. And we're reducing stress while we're just moving on the ship. And a good thing that we can repair this die and get this full health on 3 dice, basically. The cat thrums with attention. This streaming city and its brash inhabitants have quieted it. Not to silence, but to a low rumble of the conversation. The blockade is holding. The syndicate is waning, and everywhere there are plans to be made. You and Seraphim float idly to the chasm row. Many stories deep in this would-be wellspring side. Waiting on Kirk, not far from the first place you met. A meeting Seraphim still has lingering bruises from. The Kirk is inside somewhere, and like everyone other allotted contractor, he's making plans. Even before you arrived back in the wellspring, he had hijacked the rig's transmitter to speak with his fellow conspirators and make arrangements for his arrival. Watching Kirk's plot unfold made you realize that, despite your involvement, in the end you are just a subsidiary part of the struggle, a chaotic outside actor with affect but no real influence. Now waiting for Kirk's return, you feel a little solace in that. You aren't ready to be dragged into another struggle, not yet. You still have your freedom to win, and looking at Seraphim next to you, you know what he does too. Alright, we're on. The Kirks come out as from a passage nearby, nodding to the two of you to follow. He leads you both to the rim market passageways, this time not to the streaming market that lies behind the deepest straits, but to a cramped room, walled with the pipes and rusted panels. Just a little longer. Can't read anymore, chat. Yeah, very little sleep here today. Couple hours, right? Only went to sleep at 4 AM, wake up at 7. There was no electricity. Tried to sleep again, but to no avail. And yeah, that's the stuff. That's the life. Just a little longer. He nods at you both. Hold here. He exchanges a serious look with you before pushing off and gliding back out of the room. You watch Kirk go, your relationship having settled into the quiet and mutual respect. His eyes are on the bigger things now. Workers' council and contracts negotiations, and you know that. Perhaps one cycle ahead, you will find a moment to drink together once again and discuss everything that has happened. For now, Kirk has other things on his mind. The Seraphim settles again. You shoot him a look, but his focus is elsewhere. His eyes glazed over. You fold your arms and wait. Sarah? Tala enters so quietly that in the dim room you barely notice her. She shoots you a look and smiles as she enters. Thank you, she mouths silently and then turns her attention to her brother. Tala. The Seraphim says her name like a sign, like a gazelle. He's shaking his head, his eyes already shining with uncontrollable emotion. She rushes across the room, flying to the Seraphim at speed. They embraced, softly spinning in the dust and dark, their fingers dug into each other's backs. They separate. A couple of pristine spheres of a briny tears sprint away through the air as they do. Right, so again, this all happening in the 0G, alright? So they floating around. You're safe. The Seraphim notes, taking a breath. I'm safe. She smiles reassuringly, setting him, and in this settling, this gesture of care, you see a whole network of science and secrets. Tala is a calm to Seraphim storm, the big sister who is his heart. She looked him up and down. You are so big, Sarah. She laughed at her own statement. You grow up. She tries to make a sound approving rather than patronizing. You're just the same, sister. The Seraphim shakes his head, calling me big, but making me feel small. The moment the statement leaves his lips, you feel a chill in the room, and you aren't sure if he means it. Tyler flinches a little, hard, but not wanting to show it. I came to find you, Tyler tries again. I needed to find you. Seraphim looks torn, and you see in his something you have come to recognize, the slow and careful rising of his defenses. Why now? He looks away. It's been a long time, Tyler. Mom and Dad finally decide they want me to come home? A ripple of emotions runs through Tyler, the one she can't hide. Sarah, they are... After you left, they're gone. She signs. I thought you would have... She struggled to find the words. It's been a long time. It has. The Seraphim set his face into a stern look of control, but you know his rage inside, and in this moment you feel closer to him than you have felt in a while. Tala folds her arms, trying to regain a little control of her change. It's good to see you, Sarah. So good. You know what is coming, and you see Seraphim brace for it too. Right, so Seraphim is our friend who did reboot our robotic body in order to escape, but we lost our memory of our interaction with him in the process, and we finally he decided to help us because he was looking for his sister too, and we finally found her. That's generally a plot. But I can't live with you. She looks pained. This isn't easy for her either. The Seraphim can only nod, a dueling acceptance of washing over him. I wanted to find you, I have, and I can see you are strong and well, and... She shoots her a glance. You have your life here. But the people here, the other contractors, they were the ones who found me, who have kept me going since I ended up here, desperate and alone. She smiles warmly. It's not that I owe them, it's that they are my family too. She gently places a hand on his shoulder. I know you understand this. She smiles at you. We all find our families out here. The Seraphim smiles a rare smile, his eyes wet. We do, sister. We do. He embraces her again. They separate, and Tala turns her attention to you. I know you will take care of my brother Slipper. She smiles. I saw it in your eyes when you came to the pithhead. She approaches and put a hand on your shoulder. I can see you are building something of value on that ship of yours. Thank you. She nods gently and takes her hands away. She folds her arms alight again, her sense of control returning. There is a wisdom and experience of Tala that brings a certain calm to you, and you feel that now. Will you two be staying here for a while, or... The Tala looks between you and Seraphim. The Seraphim calls in before you can answer him. Not long, he smiles. We have our own freedom to find. Tala notes. Just be aware. You're free to pass the blockade, but after that, she signs, the Wellsprings is going to be locked down for a little while, at least until Kirk can establish his council. Next time you come, She smiles proudly. This will be a very different place. Hearing Tala saying this, you suddenly see this authority in her, and realize that one of those council seats may well have her name on it. You look between the two of them and realize they have years to catch up on, and they probably rather do that without you watching. You nod to them and slip out of the room, and lightening conversation starting up the moment you leave. As you follow the twisted corridors back to the chasm row, you smile to yourself at the swords of the Tala and Seraphim, reunited and lost. You hope this whole adventure will make Seraphim a little less moody. Even though you know deep down, it'll probably make him worse. Major event completed. Dude, just give me an opportunity again to find the space rats. I swear, they're gonna pay for all of this they've done. And also event starting right away. I really want to repair the die and get myself like some refuel and supplies here, but let's go. On your way into Rig, you pass a tired-looking Eugene. "We heading out?" he signs, "because I'm not sure I've got another chief left to wager." "How much did you lose?" He squints at his fingers for a second, making the calculation. "Too much," he shrugs. "Gonna strap myself in for an up." He disappears into the bears. Later in the cycle, Seraphim quietly comes back to the rig. He immediately settles himself in the cockpit and starts running diagnostic on the engines. He looks up at you as you enter and shows you a smile. "Good to see you here, Slipper. I'm getting here ready to head out." Are you sure? Are you doing okay? How are you doing? "I'm good, Slipper. Really good." He flicks a sequence of switches. "Slipper." Seraphim turns to face you. "Thank you." He smiles. "I appreciate you bringing us all the way to here. I won't forget it." Will Tala be okay?" "I'm glad." He smiles. "Gotta say, it was nice to see you getting to meet Tala after all of this. She's found a place here, and I'm really happy for her." He looks away out of the cockpit windows at the wellspring. "She always was the responsible one, and I was always the one running away. I guess some things never change." The Seraphim quietly watch the diagnostics complete, a subtle smile on his lips. "One thing is for sure, we've been here too long." The Seraphim meets your eyes. "And we've been seen by too many people." Wellspring may be far out of the Utsubo territory, but I'm sure Lane will find a way to reach his nasty claws out here, given enough time. Let's not give him the chance. "Hey guys!" The police's voice echoes up at the passage into the cockpit. They turn in the door, looking between the two of you. "Two contractors just dumped a load of fuel outside the ship. Said it was a gift." "Okay. I need supplies, dude. I'm okay on fuel." You and Seraphim look at each other. "Good to be Kirk." Seraphim gets up. "It's either a thank you or his way of telling us to get it going." The Seraphim kicks off and glides out of the cockpit. "Hey, so..." The police smiles. "Well, the two have been busy, so I have been looking at the rig's drives, and Recon is due to upgrade. We needed engine components, quite a few, so keep an eye out." Bliss shrugs. "The shipyards tend to be a good place to look." "Thanks, Blitz." "The shipyards, got it." "Right." He signs. Better to go help Seraphim with the fuel." As the Bliss leaves the cockpit, you find yourself lost in thoughts, considering your next step while the ice expansive wellspring glitters below. So tutorial, you are free to leave Wellspring. You now have a hazard unit installed and can freely travel through the debris field on the battle map. Okay. Yeah, we know that. We need resupplying. Alright, resupplying. I'm gonna get some meal for myself here. Kinda expensive. I'm gonna get the supplies. That's the fuel. Where do you get the supplies, huh? Okay, 75, dude. 75. So we're gonna repair the die. Oh, there is a rig engine. What do we have here? We need 8 components. We have 5. So there's some components that we can buy for 50 gold. Basically, I need another 150. To increase the ship range, the engine will need to overhaul to squeeze more power out of the turbines. That means new components. Alright. That's another like thing to work on. So we have 2 skill points here. Alright, Ham Nambar, Minor, investigate the Hexport. Hexport is probably the next one. That's the stuff that exploded when we left. And either we were responsible by unloading the virus to it, or the mafia guys who are looking for me just destroy whole colony in order to not let me go. Scrap components. Okay, rare components. The carrying components at least. So let's repair a die. I can use the scrap components. It's gonna get a lot of glitches. 6 glitches. So I guess I want to stay here. I don't really have a job. Any good paying job. So like we can deport shipped. Alright, so this is one at least gonna get me some money here. Plus 13. Alright, and the dangerous work we don't have the skill engage with this. So literally nothing else we can do here. So the fast spindle, that's when we can get actually some work here. Alright, the flotsam, we do have some engine parts, I believe. Helen Gate, I can reach this one. So there's a shipyard. He mentioned that have like some components. Lanterns of the shipyards, the Hollow, and Green Belt, Dark Side, Impossible Hazard. Okay, so let's go to Fast Spindle. Or maybe the rig glides safely through the debris clouds, so the cockpit empty, apart from the Euro and Seraphim. So, Sleeper, I've been sinking. Seraphim gives you a sly look over his shoulder. I've been sinking. I'm sick of running. Well, I didn't exactly choose it, you know. Maybe that was true when we first got out, sure, but I think we've been choosing it since. I mean, even if we want to keep going the way we've been, we ran out of belt. Beyond Wellspring is Monster Rocks emaciated scavengers, and, well, I'm a city boy at heart. But not only that, the Seraphim meets your eyes. You've been building something here, Slipper. The crew, the ship, he smiles. Hell, we just got this Hasnav suit for free. He trumps his new suit on top of his flight console. What I'm asking is, how do you feel about taking a lane on? You want to go to war with Utsubo? Not to war, he smiles, but something else. You seen what happened in a Wellspring, what Tal's doing. You see what happened in the Wellspring, what Tal's doing. He shakes his head. Kirk is fool, but he's on to something. Get on the inside, organize, undermine, that I can get on board with. So you changed. The Seraphim shrugs. Maybe I have, he winks. Maybe I'm just bored of heading out on the wages of everything. Just think about it, Slipper. We find a way back into the dark side, quietly. We make some connections, we start something running. He turns back to his console. It'll be one hell of a thing. Utsubo are ruthless. The way they run dark side, there's got to be plenty of people fed up with them. The Seraphim shrugs. And they gotten worse on the line. Worse since they pushed the other gangs out. You smile and shake your head at how fast Seraphim can bounce back when he wants to, and as you do, you can't help but consider his plan. Look, maybe it's crazy, but we need to save a harbor either way. I got a connection in the scatter yards. He'll tuck us away, keep us quiet from everyone. You see Seraphim has his coin in his hands, and it's turning it over between his fingers as he speaks. If you want, maybe we can he can help us get into the dark side. But even if you don't, it's a good place to rest up and make a plan. He turns back to you, to the controls to deal with rapid beeps from the new Haznavi suit. The Scatter Yard. You heard of them. They have a reputation as a fiercely independent set of shipyards, just stalwarts of the dark side. A hiding place right under the lane nose. If you got things to do elsewhere first, go ahead, but the moment we are back in the wash, Lane will be looking out for us. The Seraphim turns his focus to the piloting ship. As you watch the breeze feel past the ship, he turns your focus towards the head. So new driver available. Dude, we lose against the supplies. Oh my god, the space rots. I saw it. The Seraphim comes chasing into the bunks. I actually saw it. He is wild-eyed and his breath is ragged. Tell me you saw the fucking rot, so we can go and bang it. So what? The Seraphim takes a moment to catch his breath, suddenly aware of how frantic he sounds. He squinted at you. Have you noticed how supplies have been going missing? Every so often when we travel. Of course I have, dude. Of course I have. Yes. Yes, it's about space rots. You suddenly recall the mysterious mess that was left behind the supply storage. The Seraphim sees the flicker of recognition in your eyes. So, after it happened a couple of times, I decided to keep an eye on the supply store. The Seraphim lowers his voice. You know, check it from time to time. And just this cycle, I drifted down there really quiet. He leans in, and whoosh, something flew past me. He shakes his head, knocked me right into the wall. Did you get a look at it? Seraphim sighs. It didn't hang around, but it was definitely some kind of a creature. Is there really a creature loose on the ship? You look around the berth, suddenly aware that something could be hiding nearby, tucked into the vents and perhaps... It's in the vents? It could be alien. It's not a space rat, but the alien. Oh, that'd be funny. We know these things like supplies, right? The Seraphim is also glancing around for hiding places. So, we lock them down tighter, keep it out. That's way is get desperate. And then, the Seraphim raises his finger. It make a mistake. What are you talking about? Liz leans in from the corridor. I can hear you all the way in the workshop. The Seraphim saw the supply thief. The Bliss looks between the two of you with a raised eyebrow. From the way you are talking, I'm assuming it's not a human? It's something small and dark. Something fast. The Seraphim looks at Bliss. We are going to lock up the supplies to drive it out. Then please look at Seraphim. If it's an animal, we don't want to make it any more scared and desperate than it already is. How about to lock up the supplies but leave some out in a special place? Try to bait it. And then grab it. Seraphim mimes the act. Just evade, you space rat. No, please look between the two of you. We show it's that it has nothing to fear. We tame it. Tame the rats? I mean, it's okay. But it's already like so many supplies. I just want to kick his ass now. It didn't seem very tameable. The Seraphim rubs his sore ribs. Plus, we already wasted enough supplies on this thing. You want to give it more? The Seraphim turns to you. What do you think, Sleeper? You look between the two of them, still processing the strange situation you find yourself in. Let's provoke it. Let's tame it. Tame the tame it rat, I mean. Space rat. We can weaponize it. We know the rats are dangerous, could be. Let's do it. Let's tame it. The Seraphim signs, what a waste. Alright, please note, you have to come down to the supply store every few cycles and put out some more food. This way it won't get desperate and go anything and do anything dangerous. And I lock the supplies up tight. The Seraphim folds his arm. It won't get into them anymore. The plan sets, Bliss and Seraphim leaves the berth, heading in separate direction. He watches them go. It seems your ship has a storeway. The question is, how you will deal with it. So new driver, well, find the storeway. Of the minor one. Bait or starve the sub. The Seraphim is convinced the crew should stow away on the rig and is stealing supplies. He wants you to help with finding it. So, how do you do it? Toggle it? Is it gonna be happening automatically? Oh, this one, rig supply store. Tame Stairway. Rather than starve it into action, you could keep leaving supplies out the storeway until it's ready to reveal itself. Obviously required to 4 days here, start action. So do we just like federal call fucking supplies to him? Nature, story, fate. Well, we need to learn a lot of money here now. But our dice are all glitched too. In Korea. It's not good. Can process some scraps. I already sell those scraps. Okay, I really can't do much here. Five supplies. Okay, we need to sleep here. I barely can see like this one. Stay repeatable action. You're supposed to do it like every cycle. Slipper, you got a moment? The Eugene finds you in your breaths. I have news about the Aphelion. Oh, that the ship is a star driver. Eugene has a seriousness you rarely see etched into the hard lines of his face. You remember the ship he was talking about, the Aphelion Pass, the last surviving interstellar fraction ship in the Helion system. If these stories are to be believed. I've been putting on some feelers on the little lost ship, and something came up. He glances around as if information might leak to some unwanted source. I've been working with the contracts of mine as the signal chaser, working out of the hollows. He's got some promising data. He followed the trails from the hidden wreck we found, calculated the possible vectors. If this thing is still in the Helion system, it in the shoals. He folds his arms across the broad chest, watching your reaction. So do you trust this signal chaser? He's sucking a breath. As much as I trust anyone. I haven't told him what exactly we were tracking, just gave him the signature. There's a chance he hasn't figured it out, but... There's problem is, the signal catchers have gone quiet. Nothing for a few cycles now. The Eugene shakes his head. Maybe he goes wise and values of the what he found, but I doubt it. Maybe he just took a holiday. The Eugene grins at his own joke. I reckon we pay a visit to the Hollow. Turns up my ghosted contact. See how viable the data looks. It's look good, we go out and get the ship. It doesn't, he shrugs, no harm, no foul. What about Vesna? What about her? The Eugene shrugs. Maybe she's in the vault, I doubt it, but... He holds up a finger. Could she come sniffing around after the fact? When a whiff of the data gets out? He signs. That's what she does. That's all I've got. The Eugene winks. Keep it up between us, alright? We let the others know when we hit the Hollow. But remember what's at stake here, Slipper. An interstellar ship, a ticket out of the Helion. He pats you hard on the shoulders. I'll be worth it. It will be worth it. With that, Eugene drift out of the bunks with whistling. So find the fractional drive is a major scene. We're losing more cash here that we're getting, we're gaining, and that's not good. Could try to gamble over here. Dangerous, natural. Maybe it's clear stress, right? Who could have known that that's gonna happen? Who would have known? So we can wait here for a couple of more cycles. By a couple of more, I mean 2. Let's wait. Hopefully they can get some better dice. Okay, there's some good dice. Oh my god, like run bar. So we can get some cash over here, I guarantee. People are unusually suspicious of sleepers, right? Start action. But I can go around like into security problem, so I don't really want to involve myself with that. Alright, we have some honest work on the station and it's paying well, so there's no reason for me to or not to work here. Okay, get in 28. We're good here. We can wait one more cycle, can we? Can wait one more cycle, then we need to go. Okay, that's some good dice here. We didn't fed the rats here. I don't know how many supplies I need to feed it. It doesn't look like it's progressing much. My full health. Get some supplies here. About a 60, 140, and I need like additional 150 to buy some engine parts. Okay, back to 200. But we need to leave this place. So what I wanted to do? Scatterize yards, the hollow. The fractions go to the hollow again. The hollow. We have the green belt as well. We need to go to the gate here and need to go over here, and it's just super expensive. So it's just gonna be jumping in between the flotsam, I believe. So Wellspring also blocked it. It's you. A familiar voice echoes down in the tunnel behind you. You turn in the passage to see Femi towering over you. He shakes his head, and this just keeps getting better. So Femi, that's the guy that we met way back on that first station we escaped to, and that blew up into smithereens. Been a while, Femi. Yeah, I guess. He frowns and glances over his shoulder. Remember Nia? The sister of mine you thought you take on the contract? Well, she takes some inspiration from your little trip. You can see anger burn in Femi's eyes, but there's a tiredness there too. He folds his arms across his broad chest. The Symbiont Crush has been in repair since we got to the Hexport. Got up in that whole mess, the Femi sighs. So then, stuck here, she gets bored and decided to sign up with another crew. Take a job. I said no, and she went away. Femi glares at you. What happened at the Hexaport? No idea. There was some kind of alert, but we were already on our way out, didn't give it a much thought. Then the whole place went up. The Femis looked away. Been at the scatter yard ever since. Till we came here, that is. The Symbol Crush can leave right now. I'm halfway through rewiring the damn scene. Something else Nia was supposed to do. I asked around, turns out Nia signed it up with some idiots heading out to the Carter's Fend. The families say the name is emphasis you can't place. They are the greens as green, meaning they have no idea what they are doing and going out to places like that. So you, the family jabs the chest with a finger, are gonna take me out there to get her. Well, okay, we can do that. Taking some responsibility, Family smiles. That's what I like to see. Look, I know how these things goes. I got the cheats I can pay. Family grimaces. Can pay for the parts that Simba and Cash needed when no one wants sell them anyway. 250 Kriya. The family folds his arms across his chest. No bargains. In the meantime, I'm going to try to get the Simba and Crush ready to make the run herself, he signs. But the shape she is in, it's not the best idea to head out there alone. You suddenly see the desperation in his eyes. He would risk everything for Nia. I'll be waiting. We need to head out soon. The family grips your shoulder. Don't test my patience. The family kicks off and glides back along the passage towards his ship. And don't even think about skipping out to the flotsam without me. He calls back to you. Then we're really done. Okay, new location discovered. New date drive available. So somewhere over there for fuel. Extract near 250 Kriya. Okay. The famous patience. Famous seems ready to take a crippled ship out of the Collector's hand. Only you can save him from himself. Well, I guess I could just jump in for that job right away. So you see the rats didn't chew on my supplies at least. Let's try to resupply here. And there's a little bit job left we have to do. That we can do. Alright. Work at the hydroponics. It's risky. Can take a risk. Where's the job was it this one? The flotsam interrogation. It's not really much of the not much of the stuff here, but if we can buy these engine components, 50, alright. But yeah, we don't have a cash for this. That's the biggest problem. So how much I can get from hydroponics here, I wonder. Instead of 8. Okay, plus 8 in energy. Okay, so I can get some food out of this. Okay, rough scraps. And then we just leave for a job. Got some cash bank a little bit. Enough to refuel myself again. The thing is, I would like to spend a little bit more time, because we, well, just spending money for nothing, but I guess we're gonna take this job. Okay, there's also this thing here. Need to fed a rat here. There's all the money that I earned. Just went into purchasing the supplies here. There we go, chat. We're gonna be jumping on that mission tomorrow. For now, take care of yourself, stay safe and everything, have fun with it. I will still have the Tales of Iron to play through, and potentially, if we finish it earlier today on the evening stream, we can be jumping in a little bit of Eternal Strands, which we haven't played for a couple of days. That's the plan for evening stream. Again, take care of yourself, stay safe, have fun next time.